China's democracy protests were threatening the CCP's rule. It made them scared. So scared that the CCP decided to launch an attack against its own citizens to silence the protests. In the process, thousands of innocent Chinese students were killed, and thousands more were wounded. In the last few weeks, something similar has been happening in China that is scaring the CCP. Chinese citizens across the country took to social media to do something that has never been done before. Thousands of would-be homeowners pushed for a movement to stop paying mortgages on their homes, in an attempt to put pressure on the CCP and banks to treat them fairly. Protests broke out in multiple cities, and the crusade seems to be gaining more and more momentum each day. The CCP is so worried that it has already sent out tanks to maintain stability. For the first time in more than 30 years, the CCP is fearing for its existence, and it all has to do with China's real estate bubble. According to one expert, the CCP sees this situation as a political protest, not a banking crisis. Government officials are extremely fearful about how this might turn out.
But one country could already be facing a recession, and that is China.
A massive protest over frozen bank deposits.
Hundreds gathered in Zhengzhou.
Tens of thousands of them have begun withholding payments,
Demanding compensation. Before long, thousands of security personnel appeared,
accusing the local police of using violence against them.
They'd rush over by the hundreds, grab somebody and beat them and kick them, regardless of whether it was men, women, the elderly or children, even people with disabilities.
Big Chinese banks are at risk. Over $9 trillion in loans are at danger of defaults, and if the situation gets any worse, this could foretell the collapse of China and the CCP. This mortgage crisis isn't the only crisis the CCP is dealing with. As covered in my previous videos, zero-COVID policies and bank deposit scams in Henan pose a big risk to China's fragile economy too. But this mortgage situation is by far the biggest threat, as it affects trillions of dollars, involves some of the most important industries like banking and real estate, and influences millions of households in the country. According to a well-respected expert, this mortgage crisis could be 100 times worse than the 2008 financial crisis. So to keep the news under wraps, the CCP censors are working overtime to censor any articles and videos that spread the truth. Now, I have my suspicions that the CCP's bots have always been disliking my China videos in order to suppress it in the algorithm. So, if you guys can just take a quick second of your time and tap that like button below, it helps me out a lot with the YouTube algorithm, especially when covering topics that are critical of the CCP. Even though the protests started in July, the problems have been brewing for China's real estate market for decades. So, before jumping into how these protests are threatening the CCP's rule, let's first go over how the Chinese economy got to where it is now. Here in Uncle Sam's America, it's considered to be an important part of the American dream to own a home. But slowly, it's getting less popular among newer generations to do so because, well, it's not very affordable. China, on the other hand, is different. The importance of owning a house has only gone up in the past couple of decades. Real estate is one of the asset classes that the public trusts more than anything. And real estate ownership has been a very important cultural significance to the Chinese people. Families use real estate as a way to plan for their retirement. Guys with real estate are considered attractive choices for marriage, and the amount of real estate you own is directly related to your social status in society. Considering all this, you can see why real estate prices have continued rising over time. If you want to learn more about the cultural and economic significance of real estate in China, Polymatter has a great video on this, which I will link below. There's a high demand for real estate because of all these factors. And coupled with incredible price rises in the past, you can see why everyone and their mother wants to buy a home. Kind of reminds me of the 2008 US housing market, where everyone wants to buy real estate because real estate prices are only going up. The rush to buy houses was so huge that the developers were selling out complexes before even breaking ground for construction. However, even after construction finished, apartments just sat there empty because they had owners but no habitants. Demand was high because everyone wants to buy their second or third home to get rich on the real estate boom, so supply increased drastically to match the demand. But a lot of these homes were just sitting empty, as owners were only buying these homes in hopes of price appreciation. Because other asset sectors weren't as accessible and developed, real estate was the only thing people invested in. Based on one data set, Chinese families had around 70% of their wealth in real estate. Yes, you heard that right, 70%. They're not much for diversification. Oh, just imagine if something happened to the real estate market. All right, I think I'm laying on the foreshadowing a little too thick.
The collapse of Chinese property giant Evergrande and HOLLiWOOD's shares in the highly indebted company have fallen 80% this year. And
15 towers unfinished for 7 years. The developer bankrupt. These towers were recently brought down in Shanghai after 20 years of stalled construction.
Evergrande took full advantage of this boom in China's real estate market and became one of the largest developers in the country. At one point in 2018, they were actually the biggest real estate company in Asia. When people look at something that big, well, they kind of just assume it's all legitimate. Oftentimes, though, that's not really the case. I hope you guys learned that lesson after the 2008 crisis. If anyone had looked under the hood, they would have realized that some of the practices happening at Evergrande were far from appropriate. Now, due to the sheer scale of the company, a lot of practices were quite complicated, but here's my attempt at trying to simplify this. Remember earlier how I mentioned that FOMO into real estate was so bad that people were buying houses before construction even began? Usually, a company like Evergrande would lease a piece of land from the local government. Then they would turn around and sell the houses that are supposed to be built there and receive full payment for the houses before even breaking ground. Companies would never have any issue selling out as the demand for real estate was so high. People were more than happy to take out mortgages and buy houses just in hopes of owning real estate someday in the future. Now, the big problem that starts here is that companies like Evergrande wouldn't usually use the money from the sale to start construction. No, instead they would use the money as down payment to buy even more land, so they can sell even more apartments for the future. Now, this is already a huge problem. This should not have been allowed in the first place. Any unbiased person can look at the system and figure out that this isn't gonna last. This is exactly the job of the CCP, but they passed on this responsibility to the local governments. And this is where another problem lies. Local governments were directly benefiting from these real estate pyramid schemes that companies like Evergrande had going on. You see, in China, one of the big ways local governments make money is by leasing land to developers, like Evergrande. This meant that the more risk these property developers took on, the higher the bids on this land that the government was leasing out. Around 50% of local government's revenue was coming from leasing out land. The same government that should be protecting its citizens from these risky practices is benefiting heavily from these so-called risky practices. This is a prime example of perverse incentives. We don't even need to get into the corruption that goes on around these land leases. This was one of the main reasons why China's real estate bubble has gotten so big. Regulators were always slow to step in because it was directly benefiting them. The CCP saw where things were heading and tried to get things under control by implementing the 3 red line policies for property developers. But it was a little too late.
The debt burden continues to weigh on China's Evergrande Group as its angry suppliers are protesting the developer's unpaid bills while its bondholders' patience has dissipated.
The shady practices don't just stop there either. Evergrande would list these houses as assets under their balance sheet to get more loans from the banks so they can finish construction. These houses were already sold to other people, so no matter what accounting magic you use, these can't be considered assets of Evergrande. The worst part is that Evergrande wasn't the only one pulling these shady tricks. Almost every real estate company in China was operating this way. The whole sector was over-leveraged to the teeth. Just like a Ponzi scheme, the only way to continue forever is if you continue growing forever. But you can't keep growing if people lose trust in Evergrande's ability to stay solvent. And I'm sure you guessed it by now, that's exactly what happened. Once the company misses one payment, chaos ensues. Early last year, one of Evergrande's subsidiary companies failed to make a payment on its loans, and people started looking deeper into its financials. This is when the house of cards started crumbling, and the news about contagions spread across the world.
The debt burden continues to weigh on China's Evergrande Group.
China's top real estate developer, Evergrande, is reeling under a financial crunch.
Meanwhile, in China, the debt crisis at Evergrande is only snowballing.
There's so many questions surrounding Evergrande.
In a notice circulating on social media, the suppliers have demanded payment from Evergrande.
Evergrande.
As Evergrande's debt crisis deepens, small business owners and people waiting for homes to be completed are starting to despair.
These investors were lured in with various promises
To demand the developer to give them their money back. The protests made authorities nervous.
When the news got out that Evergrande could default on $300 billion worth of loans, panic spread throughout the economy. People also realized that this problem isn't limited to Evergrande. The whole real estate sector is over-leveraged, and it's starting to crumble. Chinese developers owed around $5.3 trillion in debt. When the CCP realized just how big the problem was, they decided to step in and soften the blow back in 2021. Ever since then, Evergrande and other real estate developers have been chugging along slowly with the help of the CCP. And by slowly, I mean like a snail's pace. Construction of buildings sold in 2019 are still not done. All the funds from new sales are basically going towards paying off companies' liabilities instead of actually finishing up projects. This is just one example of unfinished projects that had to be demolished because of problems from the delay in construction. Whenever owners of these houses would ask about construction delays, they were just met with excuse after excuse. Slowly, things just got to be too much. Some of these citizens had their whole life savings invested in these unfinished projects, and they just couldn't take it anymore. So, on July 1st, all of the homebuyers from a project in central China published a letter saying that they would stop paying their mortgage payments to the bank unless the construction restarts. Now, a project usually includes thousands of houses and are worth upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars. But at the end of the day, it was just one project in a nation of 1.6 billion people, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But it didn't stop at just that one project. By the same evening, home buyers from another such project had announced the same mortgage boycott, and the movement started to spread across the nation. By July 12th, 100 projects had joined the boycott. And as of the writing of this script, over 300 projects across China are boycotting mortgage payments until construction resumes. Tens of thousands of people have willingly defaulted on their mortgages in hopes of getting the government's attention. People have also taken to the street to protest these construction delays. Currently, these 300 projects represent more than $100 billion of debt that China's big banks are holding. When you factor in that some major developers also defaulted last year on their debt, this is not a good sign for China's banking institutions. What's even more concerning for banks and the government is not just $100 billion in possible default, but the growing number of people who are joining in on the boycott. The CCP has already ordered banks and news organizations to stop publishing reports about mortgage boycotts. Party officials are doing everything they can to kill this news. These boycotts represent an existential crisis for Chinese banks, a crisis that has a potential to be 100 times worse than what American banks faced in 2008. One of the big differences between 2008 and the current situation in China is that the majority of these loans are collateralized by houses that are not yet built. So banks can't just repossess the house when someone defaults and cuts their losses. Banks are being forced to eat these losses, and if the defaults keep growing, there's a chance that big banks might fold. One of the big 4 state banks in China has already limited people's withdrawals. I'm sure most of you already know how the modern banking system works, but here's a quick overview for everyone else. Banks usually loan the money that depositors deposit and hope to earn interest on it to make a profit. Usually the reserve requirement is set by the central banks. Let's say that it's 10%. That means that whenever banks get $100 in deposits, they are only required to keep $10 in the vault, and they can loan out $90 and charge interest on it. So this is just a very simplified example, but these types of transactions happen millions of times over and over again in an economy, and that's basically how the modern banking system works. For every $100 in deposits, banks are able to create about $1,000 of money in circulation. Now, this system is pretty great. In the past century, a lot of economic growth is in part thanks to this fractional reserve banking. But the only way this system works is if depositors have trust in the bank's ability to keep their money safe. Now, if too many of these loans that banks are giving out become worthless, then that trust starts to erode. This is why the USA enacted strict lending regulations after the 2008 crisis, so banks are careful with who they lend to. Now, as more and more homebuyers are defaulting on their loans, Chinese banks are also at risk of losing the trust of the depositors. Putting limits on the withdrawals definitely does not help with building that trust. If too many people start pulling out their deposits from the banks, then a bank run happens and banks collapse because of it. This is where the big headache lies for the CCP. The Chinese economy is heavily reliant on its financial sector and the real estate sector. Real estate represents around 30% of China's GDP, while 7 out of the top 10 companies in China are financial institutions. This is why, as the news about these boycotts spread, the CCP held an emergency meeting with the banks to discuss the rising risk of these defaults. To help the struggling developers, the CCP is considering injecting more than $1 trillion into real estate companies so that they can finish off construction with these projects. Remember last year when the Evergrande news came out? The CCP was strictly against bailing out failing companies as they didn't want to promote risky business behavior in China. But now that they're realizing that this has the potential to tank the government, CCP officials are changing their tone when it comes to bailouts. The CCP has also stepped up the censoring around this topic, in hopes of stopping more people from joining the boycotts and protests. As mentioned earlier, the CCP sees this situation as a political protest, not a banking crisis. Government officials are extremely fearful about how this might turn out. I'm guessing they will do anything in their power to suppress any news around this topic. Usually my China videos are heavily disliked by Chinese bots to hurt them in the YouTube algorithm. So again, if you guys can take a second to scroll down and hit that like button, it means the world to me, as these videos, they take a lot of time to make. Currently, we don't have that much info as to what the CCP plans to do as the news is still developing, but as soon as I have more info, I will have a video out ASAP. So, YouTube has age-restricted and demonetized our last video because we're covering the Chinese protests. But, you know, YouTube is basically saying that if we continue doing this, we could get the channel deleted. Luckily, I think I have a good workaround. So, I'm not going to stop covering these protests. Basically, the solution is that a lot of the clips will be blurred out, so you guys are still getting the content, but I won't be able to show all the clips. If you do want to see uncensored videos, you can just sign up to be a member, which supports the channel. And these videos will be available to all the members unblurred, and it won't put my channel in harm's way as these videos won't be public. I just want to clarify that my goal is not to squeeze money out of my audience, but I mean, since these videos are getting restricted and demonetized, YouTube membership is kind of the only way for me to recoup some of that revenue. Anyway, hopefully you guys understand my side of the story. If you do have any questions, just comment down below and I'll try my best to reply to everyone. If you guys haven't watched the previous video about how government officials stole $6 billion from Chinese citizens, click the screen here to learn about that. It is definitely worth your time.
Mga kararo.
So, the world stage is set with a lot of unfolding dramas that are going to shape the political landscape. Today we're going to dive into the heart of a conflict where America, in a bold move, launches retaliatory strikes in the Middle East, igniting tensions and setting the stage for a possible wider conflict. Amidst the shadows, Georgia uncovers a clandestine package from Ukraine revealing the complex web of international intrigue and the lengths nations will go to assert their dominance. Meanwhile, the digital battlefield heats up as China is accused of orchestrating a cyber onslaught against the Philippines, challenging the fragile peace and testing the resolve of nations to stand against aggression. So stay with us as we unpack these stories, providing insights and analysis on what these developments mean and why they matter. Our lead story today comes out of the Middle East, where in the aftermath of a fatal attack on a US outpost in Jordan, American retaliatory strikes have left the region reeling. Amidst promises of more airstrikes to come, a parallel series of strikes against Yemen's Houthi rebels, and at least one subsequent strike against American positions, the last week has seen the United States increasingly drawn into a wider conflict that it had spent months working overtime to avoid. By far the most defining moment of the last several days in the Middle East came on Friday the 2nd of February, when a United States air assault rained bombs down on a series of targets suspected of being used by a range of Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. By about midnight local time, heading into Saturday, February 3rd, a group of American A-10C Thunderbolt II attack planes and F-15E Strike Eagles escorted two B-1B Lancer bombers. Those bomber aircraft were deployed from an airbase in the US state of Texas and refueled in flight so as to ensure that partner nations in the Middle East would not be liable for having allowed US warplanes to attack Arab targets from airbases on their soil. Flying over a stretch of Iraq and Syria, where a wide variety of Iranian-backed militias are known to maintain a presence, the bomber and strike aircraft struck a total of 7 facilities, including 3 in Iraq and 4 in Syria, using a total of 125 precision-guided missiles. At those 7 facilities, a total of 85 individual targets were identified and struck directly, with at least 8 of those targets having been confirmed as completely destroyed or otherwise inoperable. In terms of the individual targets, the strikes hit a range of tactically relevant facilities: command and control centers, intelligence structures, munitions stockpiles, including storage for missiles, rockets and drones, logistical supply depots, and more. Although it's difficult to pinpoint a precise death toll here, at least 45 militants are believed to have been killed between Iraq and Syria, including at least 29 in Syria, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Satellite imagery has confirmed devastation of multiple targeted facilities, and reports from area residents have confirmed widespread destruction, although they also attested that some bands of militants had already left the area by the time the attack came down. Whether any of the individuals killed in the attack were members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and particularly its Quds Force Special Forces element, is yet unclear, but many of the targets struck by the US are believed to have been used jointly by both the Quds Force and the local militias that relied on them as bases. As explained by National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, the American airstrikes were meant to degrade the capability of all adversarial forces in the region, be they Syrian, Iraqi, or Iranian, to be able to launch attacks against American targets. Basically, it's the infrastructure damage that the US was after, not casualties among individuals hailing from specific nations. In addition to the air attacks, US officials have indicated that Washington conducted unspecified cyber operations against Iran on the same day, although information on those operations has been scarce in the following week. Lastly, Washington levied new sanctions against companies believed to be involved with Iran's missile and drone programs. The airstrikes were launched as a retaliatory measure by the United States after a drone attack on an American outpost called Tower 22 killed 3 US soldiers. Although Tower 22 was technically on Jordanian territory, it was located at the fringes of Jordan's outlying border regions, well within range of militants in both Iraq and Syria. The attack that prompted America's retaliation was not the first attempted strike by Syrian or Iraqi militants against US troops in the Middle East, or even the first one to cause American casualties, but it was the first to cause American frontline deaths since the militant group's current campaign began. As America's B-1B Lancers were on their way to the Middle East on Friday the 2nd, Joe Biden himself was attending the transfer of those 3 American soldiers' bodies at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. In the days leading up to the American retaliation, it was unclear who or what the United States would be targeting. The organization that took credit for the lethal strike against Tower 22 was the so-called Islamic Resistance in Iraq. But the Islamic Resistance in Iraq is not a single militia. Instead, it's an umbrella organization that represents a wide range of pro-Iran militant groups in Iraq, many of which also operate in Syria. They're also a pretty new organization, only popping up in 2020, and really became a meaningful entity only after the current wave of Middle Eastern hostilities kicked off in October 2023. Now, that ambiguity meant that on the one hand, the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, taking credit for the attack, didn't actually tell the world about which group launched the drone in question, and on the other hand, it was left unclear whether the decision to attack Tower 22 was made by the Islamic Resistance in Iraq's leaders, by the leaders of a single militia, or even by decision makers in Iran. With that ambiguity led to a range of questions on the US side. Would the current American administration in Washington choose to identify the militia that was responsible, or attack a range of militia targets regardless of their exact affiliation, or even take the fight directly to Iran as the nation empowering these militias in the first place? And now, we have our answer. The full range of individual militant organizations targeted is, as of yet, still unknown, but at least 3 have been identified so far. The Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces sustained a direct attack on their headquarters, killing 16. That organization coordinates a network of roughly 67 smaller militias, comprising well over 200,000 fighters between them, and it's seen as one of Iran's most powerful allies inside Iraq. It also shares unusually close ties with the Iraqi government as compared to other regional militias. The splinter organization Kataib Hezbollah was also targeted. They're a very powerful paramilitary group with explicit aims to effect regime change in Iraq and push American forces out of the country, and they receive extensive support from Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC. Finally, the primary Afghan militia, HOLLiWOOD Fatemion, based in Syria, was hit in the strikes as well. HOLLiWOOD Fatemion receives similar levels of support from the IRGC, and they've become one of the most experienced fighting units left in Syria. In the wake of the strikes, the United States left no illusions about whether it considered its mission accomplished. In the words of US President Joe Biden in the immediate aftermath of the incident, quoting, "Our response began today. It will continue at times and places of our choosing. Let all those who might seek to do us harm know this. If you harm an American, we will respond." Administration officials have since backed up Biden's assertion that additional strikes are coming and that subsequent attacks will more directly target the IRGC as well as Iraqi and Syrian militias. They've also been careful to specify that the strikes were designed to minimize the risk of civilian casualties and that the US targets were chosen based on specific intelligence information showing that the facilities in question had been directly involved on attacks against American personnel. The strikes represented a major and intentional escalation by the United States in what appeared to be a concerted effort to deter future attacks against Americans in the region. The United States has several thousand troops positioned across this section of the Middle East, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq, and they've been a favorite target not only for strikes by local militias, but condemnation by a range of Iran-backed or allied entities amidst the ongoing Israel-Hamas war in Gaza. By hitting back against such a high number of seemingly valuable targets and possibly conducting more strikes in the weeks to come, the US appears to be sending a relatively straightforward message to its enemies in the region that attacking American bases simply isn't worth the devastation that will follow. Both in the US and around the world, though, the strikes have elicited a mix of reactions. At home, Biden has been criticized by Washington's Republican opposition from various angles. Senator Roger Wicker, a high-ranking Republican legislator on defense matters, said, "Iran and its proxies have tried to kill American soldiers and sink our warships 165 times, while the Biden administration congratulates itself for doing the bare minimum. Instead of giving the Ayatollah the bloody nose he deserves, we continue to give him a slap on the wrist." Others have criticized the latency period between the attack on Tower 22 and America's retaliation as allowing the Iranians in the region to get out in time. Per Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, quote, "The only Iranian we killed in Syria, Iraq, is some dumbass that doesn't know how to get out of the way. We gave them a week's notice." And Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said, "Unfortunately, the administration waited for a week and telegraphed to the world, including to Iran, the nature of our response." Meanwhile, Iraq has taken issue with the strikes on two levels. That's that the Iraqi government was not warned in advance of the strikes that took place, and that whether they were warned or not, they regarded the American attacks as a violation of Iraqi sovereignty. Syria slammed the attack in a similar way, while also accusing the US of making it harder for Syria's own military to address the militants on Syrian soil. Across the Middle East, condemnation of the strike has come not just from the sources one might expect, like Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but also from the much more neutral nation of Oman. Both Russia and China have issued pointed condemnation, echoing each other's assertions that the US strikes are designed to deliberately inflame existing tensions in the Middle East and open up new avenues to violence. In any case, the promised next rounds of American strikes will have a wealth of targets to choose between. In Iraq's Anbar province and Syria's Deir el-Zor governorate, where the February 2nd airstrikes took place, there are a long list of additional facilities believed to be tied to the local militias, and nearby in Syria's largest cities, Damascus and Aleppo, there are a range of facilities known to be controlled and operated by Iran directly. Iraq hosts similar targets, although until this past week, the United States has been considerably more hesitant to conduct strikes in Iraq in hopes of maintaining a more collaborative diplomatic relationship. What the United States chooses to target in those following strikes will be telling, both because of the range of signals Washington can send by prioritizing certain targets over others, and because of the potential to attack IRGC targets directly, either as part of a broader strategic vision or in response to political pressures at home. But despite political outcry at home, the clear evidence on the ground is that the threat of American air power has already led to substantive changes. In the days leading up to the strike, the Kataib Hezbollah organization announced, quote, "the suspension of military and security operations against the occupation forces in order to prevent embarrassment to the Iraqi government." We've already mentioned that Kataib Hezbollah was one of the groups targeted in the airstrike, meaning that the group's decision to pause its operations before the airstrike came in was not enough to spare them retaliation. But it still speaks to the deterrent value of the airstrikes and indicates that external groups, most likely including the governments of Iraq or Iran, may have put rather intense pressure on Kataib Hezbollah to raise the white flag. Not every militia group had the same response. The Harakat al-Najaba movement, for example, vowed to continue its attacks. But Iran itself has been adamant that it does not wish to be engaged in a direct conflict with the United States, and the US has reciprocated with statements from both Biden and his top officials stating that America doesn't want a wider war either. According to US sources, the decision to take out facilities used by Iran's Quds Force but not to target the Quds Force's leadership was intended to signal that the US would prefer both sides to draw down hostilities. Unfortunately, even the best intentions to avoid violence in both America and Iran might not be enough. As we've explained on prior episodes of The Situation Room, even organizations that receive weapons, funding, and strategic orders from Iran aren't typically under Iran's complete control, and whether Iran covertly signed off or not, several militias have since chosen to launch their own retaliatory strikes against the US. In the immediate aftermath of the February 2nd strikes, the US outpost in northeastern Syria was targeted by 2 rockets, and 2 days later, an explosive drone was fired at another outpost in the same area. Those strikes didn't lead to any damage or injury, but the next one did. A base in eastern Syria, housing both American troops and their Kurdish allies in the Syrian Democratic Forces, was attacked on the night of Sunday, the 4th of February. In that attack, a drone struck a training ground where members of the Syrian Democratic Forces specialized commando units were training. At least 6 Kurdish fighters were killed and at least 18 more wounded, although no American casualties were reported. The Islamic Resistance in Iraq has taken credit for the attack, although again, they are an umbrella organization with little offensive capability of their own. Basically, their decision to claim responsibility simply indicates that one of their affiliate militias carried out the attack without specifying which group that might have been. The Syrian Democratic Forces had initially accused, quote, Syrian regime-backed mercenaries of the attack, but the SDF and their American allies have since pivoted in response to the Islamic Resistance in Iraq's admission of guilt. And with further strikes from Iranian-backed militias have come further US airstrikes against Iranian-backed militias, including one that took place as this episode was being written. On Wednesday, the 7th of February, the US Department of Defense announced that an American drone had raided a neighborhood in Baghdad, killing a senior commander of the Kataib Hezbollah organization that we've spoken about so much today. That's the same organization that announced it would halt attacks in the days immediately prior to America's first round of airstrikes. The Kataib Hezbollah commander in question was Abu Bakr al-Sadi, who the US claimed was responsible for, quote, directly planning and participating in the attacks against Americans in the Middle East. He was killed, along with 2 other suspected militants, while driving along a main road in Mashhad. US officials have specified that Iraqi leaders were not notified of this attack before it took place. BBC reporters who reached the scene quickly reported a large and quite hostile public response, and reports out of Baghdad have indicated that Iraqi social media posts may have circulated urging mass assaults on the US embassy in the city's diplomatic green zone. At the time of writing, a growing crowd within the green zone has been confronted by riot police, although if we don't present you with an addendum immediately following this sentence, then the protests did resolve peacefully. Already, the strike has drawn comparisons to former President Donald Trump's drone assassination of Quds Force leader Qasem Soleimani, an act that initially appeared to put Iran a step back, but one that regional experts now widely recognize as a precipitating factor in the current violence. Whether the death of al-Sadi will have a similar effect on Kataib Hezbollah will be revealed with time, one way or the other. In other airstrike news from the Middle East, Sunday the 4th wasn't only an important date because of the attack in eastern Syria. On that same day, US forces and their British counterparts launched the latest round of air attacks against the Houthi rebel organization in Yemen. We've covered the Houthis extensively in prior episodes of The Situation Room, but to recap, the Iranian-backed Houthis have been engaged in a months-long series of missile and drone attacks against commercial and military vessels in the Red Sea, effectively blockading one of the world's busiest shipping routes and forcing a large military response from the US and other nations to safeguard their global trade. Those nations have been reticent to put boots on the ground in Yemen for the purposes of a military response, but in recent weeks, they've embarked on a sustained campaign of airstrikes meant to degrade the Houthis' capabilities to launch attacks. The Houthis, for their part, claim to be attacking Red Sea shipping in order to force the nations of the world to pursue a ceasefire in Gaza amidst the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. In the latest round of airstrikes, the US and Britain struck a total of 36 Houthi targets hours after a smaller preliminary strike that destroyed a handful of anti-ship missiles. The much larger second strike was carried out by a combination of US warships launching ship-to-land missiles, US Fa-18 jets flown from the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, and British Typhoon fighter aircraft attacking targets directly. The attacks hit across 13 distinct locations, possibly including locations in close proximity to Yemen's presidential compound. That's according to sources on the ground. A joint statement from Britain and the US indicated that weapon storage facilities, missile launches, air defense systems, and radar systems were among their selected targets. While the United States did not specify whether the airstrikes against the Houthis should be taken as part of their ongoing retaliation for the Tower 22 attack, the scale and variety of this particular attack does mimic the US strikes in Iraq and Syria more closely than they mimic most British-American joint attacks against the Houthis thus far. In a subsequent minor strike, the US eliminated 2 autonomous drone boats loaded with explosives on Monday the 5th, although the target of those drone boats is as yet unknown. In Yemen, Houthi spokesman Mohammed al-Baghati vowed that the Houthis, quote, military operations against Israel will continue until the crimes of genocide in Gaza are stopped and the siege on its residents is lifted, no matter the sacrifices it costs us. He continued, American-British aggression against Yemen will not go unanswered, and we will meet escalation with escalation. True to their word, the Houthis have since launched ballistic missile attacks against 2 ships traveling in and around the Red Sea. On Tuesday the 6th, the Barbados-flagged UK-owned cargo ship Morningtide received minor damage after 3 ballistic missiles encroached on its position. That same day, the Greek-owned Marshall Islands-flagged Star-Nasia carrier was attacked in an identical fashion by 3 more ballistic missiles, one of those missiles being shot down by the American destroyer USS Laboon, and minor damage, but no injuries, were reported on board. But although the Houthis' latest attacks have largely been thwarted, months of continuous threats to global shipping have forced the world to begin adjusting for the long term. Many companies have been forced to continue diverting their shipping traffic around the Cape of Good Hope, meaning that ships now have to go all the way around the African continent instead of bypassing Africa entirely via the Red Sea. These sorts of things lead to major delays, higher costs for individual ships to travel, and financial losses due to radical adjustments in insurance prices for ships that do choose to traverse the Red Sea. All that might not have been too much of an issue if these attacks went on for the span of a few days or weeks. Now that they've been ongoing for multiple months, it's a different story, and companies that haven't yet felt the pain of those shipping disruptions seem to broadly understand that they are about to. And with that strain, the Houthis hope those countries will begin to push more actively for a Gaza ceasefire so that they can get back to business as usual. One recent red flag comes out of Egypt's Suez Canal, where revenues dropped by nearly 50% in January compared to prior months. Those revenues are collected from ships that traverse the Red Sea, and while the financial losses for Egypt don't cause that much of an issue, they are a flashing red light that a massive proportion of Red Sea shipping traffic is no longer traveling their normal routes. And in a final related update from this corner of the world, new information has also circulated about the attack that set off last week's spike in violence, the attack on Tower 22. Here, 2 revelations take precedent. First, confirmation of the drone used to strike the US base, and second, insight into just how that drone was able to get close enough to the base that it was able to kill American soldiers. The drone itself was an Iranian-made Shahed 136, a 200-kilogram, 3.5-meter-long pusher-prop plane that Iran has been spreading around the world in massive numbers. Capable of traveling low to the ground and slow at a speed of around 185 kilometers an hour, that's 150 miles per hour, the drone has been used in Yemen, Ukraine, Syria, and Iraq. Now, the fact that the drone was Iranian-made and found its way into the hands of an Iranian-backed proxy to strike American targets isn't that much of a shock on its own. However, the Tower 22 attack does represent the first time that American personnel have been killed by the Shahed 136, which American and international analysts expect to be a fixture of future hostilities between the US and Iran-affiliated adversaries around the world. More difficult for the US to stomach are revelations about the air defenses present at Tower 22, or more accurately, the lack thereof. According to military sources who served at Tower 22, the base was not equipped with proper anti-drone defenses. As one Air Force airman told The Intercept anonymously, the air defenses were minimal, if any. We relied heavily on aircraft from MSAB to stop any targets. We had a radar system called the TPS-75 that was broken 80% of the time I was there. That acronym, MSAB by the way, refers to a nearby Jordanian airbase where US troops are stationed. Said another service member, they have outposts surrounding the base, but that does little to nothing when faced with attacking aircraft. Other soldiers interviewed have suggested that the base does not have the proper alert systems to warn of an attack, and American troops have had to warn each other via phone call or even knocking on each other's doors. Some sources, including the Associated Press, have alluded to basic counter-drone systems at Tower 22, but those reports are not confirmed as of yet. Others indicate that Tower 22 only had electronic jamming technologies meant to disrupt an incoming drone's flight path, but clearly those didn't work if they do exist. Without a functioning radar, an appropriate anti-drone defense system, or any other weapon systems ready to respond to the incoming threat, the Shahed drone was able to evade detection until it was already at the base, by which time it would have been far too late for anybody to respond, if anybody even saw it at all. Reports in the aftermath of the attack had suggested that Tower 22's air defenses may have been lowered to allow a known US drone to pass by, but those reports have since been debunked. Tower 22 was simply not equipped to stop an attack of this type, and it was a matter of good fortune for the United States that vulnerability hadn't been exploited sooner. Of course, the other side of those revelations is an even more somber realization that if these paltry defenses on America's smaller Middle East air bases are known to news organizations, then they'll soon become known to the same militias who've perpetrated attacks over the last few months. Kataib Hezbollah may not have the military power to stand up to the US in an outright war, but they've certainly got an internet connection, and it's only a matter of time before this sort of news makes its way to groups who wish to do the US harm. Now the question is whether these smaller outposts can either streamline their current air defenses or get new equipment on site before Iraqi and Syrian militias can take advantage. And that's a race where the militias have a massive head start even after the first wave of US airstrikes. Make no mistake, the US can address this issue, and according to the Defense Department, new systems are already earmarked to be sent. But whether they arrive in time and can be set up before the next attack, well, that's another question entirely. With a new round of American airstrikes in the rearview mirror, we're left asking a far broader question. Is the US slowly being pulled into a conflict that it has been adamant that it doesn't want to be a part of? And we've got to emphasize here that the decision by Iran's proxy organizations in Iraq and Syria to attack the United States is certainly not an arbitrary one, nor is the strategic purpose of those attacks simply to act out their anger toward the US. Iran and its proxies want the United States actively engaged in conflict, bogged down across the Middle East, and engaging in the deeply unpopular work of attacking Middle Eastern targets, establishing a larger military presence in Middle Eastern nations, and tying itself to the actions and intentions of nations like Israel, who Iran sees as its primary adversary in the region. And both Iran and its proxies have maintained that their ultimate goal in this ongoing round of violence is to force a ceasefire in Gaza, offering both an off-ramp for the United States to effect an end to hostilities if it wishes, and a clear indicator that if a Gaza ceasefire remains elusive, these militias will continue to engage violently, even at cost to themselves and their personnel. Whether a ceasefire in Gaza is anywhere near achievable, well, that's a story for another episode. Iran does not want to go to war with the United States directly, far from it. But much like Hamas has continued to draw Israel into Gaza despite massive personnel losses, Iran doesn't particularly care how many of its supporters on the ground in Iraq and Syria will be killed by the United States. As Israel is now drawing horrified condemnation from much of the world for its conduct in Gaza, so too does Iran seek to lure the United States into a position in which they are perceived as a destructive force amidst broader Middle Eastern carnage. Whether America's most recent airstrikes deter Iran from that objective or play directly into Iran's hands, well, only history can tell us. And that history's not been written yet. Now, moving on from the Middle East, we travel to the small nation of Georgia, tucked between Russia and Turkey on the coast of the Black Sea. On Monday, the 5th of February, Georgia's primary domestic security organization, the State Security Services, or SSSG, revealed that it had seized a clandestine shipment of explosives taking a long route from the Ukrainian port city of Odessa and the southwestern Russian city of Voronezh. This is not the sort of shipment that would normally need to come through Georgia if it was an innocuous piece of cargo. You can drive from the city of Voronezh to the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv in just 5 hours or so, and direct to Odessa over the course of about 15 hours. Or you could if Ukraine and Russia were, of course, very much at war. Instead, this particular package is believed to have come via a much longer land route out of Ukraine through the NATO member nations of Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey, and up through Georgia with an additional 18 hours of road travel ahead of it before it finally reached Voronezh. The explosives were found in a Ukrainian-owned minivan hidden in cargo designed to look like car batteries. Said the SSSG, quote, It has been determined that the explosive devices contain military-grade C4 plastic explosives, which can be activated with an electronic detonator and a special timer. The total weight of the explosives is 14 kilograms, 31 pounds. The SSSG stated that a total of 6 explosive devices were identified and that 3 of them were left in the Georgian capital city of Tbilisi, while 3 others were taken on an attempt to cross the border in an operation involving 7 Georgians, 3 Ukrainians, and 2 Armenians. Any stated purpose that the people transporting the shipments might have provided to the Georgian SSSG has not yet been publicized, but international observers in the know have had few illusions about just what this was. According to accusations by Russia's government in Moscow, a similar overland route was Ukraine's weapon of choice when delivering a truck bomb that exploded on the Kerch Strait Bridge in October 2022. Traveling basically the circumference of the Black Sea, that truck bomb had allegedly driven out onto the bridge, which Russia inaugurated in 2018 to provide an overland route between Russia and the annexed Ukrainian isthmus of Crimea before exploding and causing a fire and a large-scale collapse of a section of the bridge. The bridge has been targeted in multiple subsequent attacks, although not quite with the effectiveness of that first blast. Ukraine has been mum on the issue of the explosives-packed minivan in Georgia, and there are no direct indicators that it would have been headed for the Kerch Strait Bridge. Ukraine has attacked a wide range of targets in Russia in recent months, including via the use of explosives, as it attempts to broaden its counter-offensive and bring the cost of Russia's ongoing invasion home to some of its citizens. Ukraine's only substantive statement on the incident thus far came by way of its embassy in Georgia, which said it was looking into the allegations Georgia had made and asked the current Georgian administration not to politicize the issue. But regardless of the minivan's intended target, its purpose is clear, caught at the final leg of a multinational expedition to try and infiltrate Russia. The incident comes at a difficult time for the nation of Georgia, as former Prime Minister Irakli Garibashvili has just stepped down and appointed a successor, Prime Minister-designate one Iralki Kobakhidzhi. Both men are members of the Georgian Dream Party, which has been hesitant to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and which many Georgians see as an extension of Russia's will in their own country. In 2022, several members of the Georgian Dream Party split off into a new faction, People's Power, to accuse the European Union and the US of trying to turn Georgia into a second battlefront against Russia. Why that's important now is because it's a sentiment that is echoed directly by the Prime Minister-designate as he responded to the intercepted explosives van in his first week in office, saying, "This once again confirms what, in principle, the high-ranking officials of the Ukrainian government openly said they wanted and probably still want, a second front in our country." The quote ends. Georgia has already fought one war against modern-day Russia directly, and that war ended quickly in a lightning offensive for which Georgia was placed decisively on the losing side. That sort of national memory makes it all too easy for Georgia's politicians and its people to fear any sign sent to Russia that might tie them in with Ukraine's resistance, perhaps prompting the strength of the condemnations that we've seen thus far. If, indeed, the minivan in question was destined to arrive in Voronezh, there are a few meaningful targets where it may have been destined to arrive. The airbase Voronezh-Malshevo is located just outside of the city, and it's believed to be the home of 2 squadrons worth of Sukhoi Su-34 fighter aircraft. The airbase Batanovka is located about 2.5 hours outside of Voronezh proper, but it's still well within the Voronezh Oblast, or region, and it too is believed to have several fighter aircraft stationed there. If Ukraine were especially bold, it could have targeted the Voronezh 45 nuclear base, itself a 3-hour drive from the city proper. It also hosts a major aircraft production plant, a company that builds and develops electronic warfare equipment, and a mechanical plant that produces missile parts and aircraft engines, as well as more basic targets like oil depots or chemical production facilities. Ukraine is known to have targeted Voronezh in the past in drone and explosive attacks. While the interception of a lone minivan in Tbilisi may not be enough to change the geopolitical balance of Eastern Europe, it nonetheless speaks to underlying realities in the region. First, Ukraine is still hard at work trying to orchestrate and carry out retaliatory attacks in Russia, despite the hard realities of their flagging military support around the world and their hardening stalemate across a front line hundreds of miles long. Second, despite its shared history of weathering direct invasion by Russia, the nation of Georgia, or at least its leadership, is taking pains not to appear complicit in any way with the movement of munitions that could be used against Russia in its war effort. And for our final story today, we turn to the Philippines, where the archipelago nation has weathered a large-scale cyber attack attributed to hackers operating out of China. This, as China has been engaged in a long campaign of harassment against the Philippines at sea, using their own Coast Guard vessels and a fleet of purported fishing boats boats that are widely understood to belong to China's maritime militia. The recent cyber attack is just one in a long series that the Philippines believes can be attributed to online forces within China, but they come at a tense moment in which China and the Philippines have recently agreed to draw down their tensions, and each have been waiting to see whether the opposing side would keep their word. The cyber attack hit Manila during the month of January, but they were reported on the 5th of February. They came by way of a wide-ranging attack that attempted to smash through various Philippine websites and email systems. Among the items on the hit list were the personal website of Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos, the website for the Philippine Coast Guard, and the inboxes for Philippines Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT. The hackers used Chinese state-owned software to carry out the attack and were able to break through a first layer of defense that the Philippines had been working hard to set up around its digital infrastructure. Luckily for the Philippines, the attacks were ultimately unsuccessful. Now, we don't bring you this story just to tell you about a failed hack. There are plenty of those stories to tell all around the world, but we typically don't bring them to you here, nor do we mean to imply that China has actively broken its word to draw down tensions with the Philippines. These attacks have just been announced, but they took place in January, when the two countries were still hammering out an agreement to address their differences. Instead, we bring it to you to illustrate the force with which China has expressed their opposition to hacking operations taking place in China, even despite the nation's long history of both perpetrating large-scale cyber espionage against other countries and declining to intervene in the acts of private hackers on Chinese soil or using Chinese infrastructure. As opposed to the outrage or the thinly veiled malice that's sometimes evident in China's response to similar accusations, China has avoided the impulse to deny that the attacks were related to China. Said the Chinese embassy in Manila, the Chinese government all along firmly opposes and cracks down on all forms of cyber attack in accordance with the law, allows no country or individual to engage in cyber attack and other illegal activities on Chinese soil or using Chinese infrastructure. Plenty of details there to take issue with, but nonetheless, it was a full-throated condemnation when, in recent months where the Philippines was concerned, an annoyed denial and a wink to the camera would have done just fine. This hesitation goes two ways as well. According to a Filipino government spokesman named Renato Paracio, quote, "We are not attributing this to any state, but using the internet protocol addresses, we pinpointed it to China. We are appealing to the Chinese government to help us prevent further attacks." It's not a condemnation. It leaves room for positive cooperation. It's a different statement to the Philippines' usual response where potential Chinese antagonism is concerned. It's rare on this particular channel that we get to bring our audience good news on any level. But over a period of several highly contentious months between China and the Philippines, we're able to draw attention to at least one conflict where both sides outwardly appear interested in drawing tensions down instead of spiraling them upward. This is one minor incident, and we certainly don't intend to make it any more than that, but when nations with a relationship like these two decide to shake hands and let even one minor slight be forgiven, it's a good indicator that somehow, somewhere, a conflict is headed in the right direction. With any luck, we won't need to bring you much more about news on China and the Philippines in the coming months. But as for the conflict in the Middle East, Ukraine's ongoing war with Russia, and the great big spiraling mess that is modern geopolitics, well, we'll be here to cover it. For now, signing off. Thanks for being here. It's one of the most controversial policy proposals in years, an idea that, if carried out, would have ramifications for the whole of North America. Since this spring, there's been a steady drumbeat on parts of the American right for military intervention in Mexico, to use special forces, sophisticated cyber tools, or even missiles to target cartels. The goal? To destroy drug laboratories and cripple the ability of gangs to create fentanyl, the drug that kills tens of thousands of Americans every year. In defense circles, the plan is unpopular. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, has taken great pains to discourage it. Yet this may not ultimately matter. With the 2024 election on the horizon, multiple Republican candidates have expressed a desire to intervene in Mexico. In Congress, bills have been put forward to authorize action against the cartels. Should the GOP win big next year, it's possible military intervention could actually take place. And hence this video, hence our attempt to try and seriously analyze this proposal, to both understand the reasoning and predict how a deployment might actually play out. Because far from being a cakewalk, going to war with Mexico's cartels could turn out to be one of the most complex operations the US military has ever undertaken. The idea of using the military against Mexico's cartels has long kicked around the fringes of American discourse, but this spring it went vaulting into the mainstream. Back in March, former Attorney General William P. Barr wrote in praise of a joint resolution in the House of Representatives that would give the president the power to deploy troops in Mexico. A move he claimed was justified by saying, "These narco-terrorist groups are more like ISIS than the American mafia." A month later, Senator Lindsey Graham hammered the point on Fox to quote, "We need to put our military into the game to stop this. We are literally under attack. There are more Americans being killed by Mexican drug cartels than ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Germans, and Japanese combined on the homeland." Nor were Barr and Graham the only ones. Representative Mike Walsh of Florida has called for using drones and cyber capabilities against the cartels. Of the 2024 Republican primary contenders, 3 have come forward in support of similar moves, including Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. Clearly, this is no longer a fringe position, but one that's become almost mainstream. And that raises an obvious question. Where did this idea come from? Well, the feeling that Mexico can't handle its own problems has been a feature of American politics for decades. Frustrated with the brutality of cartels, both Barack Obama and George W. Bush seriously considered designating them as foreign terrorist organizations, a move that would give the US wider powers to freeze assets, implement travel bans, and prosecute anyone who materially supports them. In both cases, the plans were abandoned after pushback from the Mexican government. Same deal with Donald Trump. Following the 2019 slaying of 9 dual US-Mexican nationals in a burst of gang violence, the president tweeted, "This is the time for Mexico, with the help of the United States, to wage war on the drug cartels and wipe them off the face of the earth." He later clarified he meant slapping them with terrorist designation. Once again, though, the plan was rejected over the massive damage that it would cause to US-Mexico relations. Yet this wouldn't be the last time the 45th president toyed with fighting the cartels. In the Trump era, as you remember, issues around the southern border took on massive importance in US political life. This was compounded by a sense that previous policies had failed. Even as Congress beefed up border security and the president promised to build a wall, record amounts of drugs were flowing into US markets. In Mexico, billions of dollars provided by the US have been spent modernizing security, tackling corruption, and funding developments in poorer regions in an attempt to stop migration, an attempt that's broadly failed. Now, cartel smuggling and illegal migration are 2 separate issues. Nonetheless, they combined in the popular imagination to give a sense that the southern border was in crisis, that these were extraordinary times, and that meant extraordinary measures could be justified. The most extraordinary of all came in 2020. According to Secretary of Defense Mike Esper, Trump twice asked him about using missile strikes to destroy drug labs in Mexico. The Washington Post would later dryly sum up the defense establishment's response to, quote, "The idea was opposed by the US military." There it could have maybe ended, another Trump-era plan like buying Greenland that the president hyped for a while before forgetting about altogether. But not this time. Although Trump never ordered the strikes, he seems to have left office bitterly regretting that fact. In April 2023, it was reported he'd ordered advisors on his new election campaign to draw up battle plans to attack Mexico if he wins next year. The think tank magazine Responsible Statecraft has claimed these plans, quote, "include unilateral military strikes and troop deployments." In this, the former president is backed by the Center for Renewing America, which recently released a white paper on how the US could wage war against the cartels. Their plan envisages a joint operation with the Mexican government, one that would enable military strikes against high-value targets on Mexican soil, sort of like how Plan Colombia saw Bogota and Washington work together to destroy coca fields. The trouble is, there's no sign the Mexican government is willing to get involved. President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador has lashed out at the proposals, calling them irresponsible. On the American side, General Mark Miley cautioned, "I wouldn't recommend anything be done without Mexico's support." So, well, that's that then, right? You can't just conduct military operations with an unwilling partner any more than you can dance the tango solo. Or can you? Buried in the Center for Renewing America's paper is the phrase, "It is vital that Mexico not be led to believe that they have veto power to prevent the US from taking the actions necessary to secure its borders and people." That implies a future president should be willing to take unilateral action against the cartels, bombing them even if it causes a major diplomatic incident. It's an idea that sounds objectively crazy, a step too far even for the MAGA wing. But we didn't make this video just because we wanted to shake our heads in disbelief. No, we wanted to try and take this proposal seriously, to come at it on its own terms and understand the effects that it might have in the real world. And to do that, we need to first try and understand the feelings behind it, the feelings of despair and hopelessness that would make such extreme actions seem justified. Feelings powered by America's greatest modern crisis, opioids. Every single year, the US loses the equivalent of a small city's worth of lives to drug overdoses. In 2021, some 107,000 Americans died this way. In the vast majority of cases, the drug responsible was a form of opioid. Just 13 years ago, a sentence like this would have brought to mind one thing. Heroin was, for decades, the choice of opioid for users across America and responsible for most overdoses. Around 2010, though, heroin began to drop out of favor. In its place came a new wave of synthetic opioids, drugs that can be up to 100 times stronger than morphine. The most popular of all? Fentanyl. Originally synthesized back in the 1960s, small amounts of fentanyl are still used today in medical settings for vital treatments. Mostly, though, fentanyl gets used in modern America by people who've acquired it in illegal ways. Many are people who got addicted to other opioids in the era when unscrupulous pharma companies were pushing them as cure-alls for chronic pain. The vast majority, around 70%, are non-Hispanic whites. It's these people who are dying like flies in the face of America's catastrophic addiction crisis. According to the National Center for Health Statistics, opioids kill about 1,500 Americans every single week. Roughly 2/3 are caused by synthetic opioids, which in most cases means fentanyl. These are stratospheric numbers. The Washington Post has calculated that fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 49. The Council on Foreign Relations, meanwhile, estimates nearly 1 million people have been killed by opioid overdoses since 2000, a death toll on par with the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's a death toll that's rising. Drug overdoses in the US have quadrupled since 2010, with the biggest spike coming in the last couple of years. Perhaps it's no wonder Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has recently called fentanyl, quote, "the single greatest challenge we face as a country." Now, if you're one of our non-American viewers, you might now be wondering, like, well, okay, Simon, this obviously sucks, but why are you covering it on your war channel? Shouldn't it be on social crisis graphics or something? Well, unfortunately not. The fentanyl crisis, you see, is extremely relevant to this episode because of where it's produced and how it's getting into the country. Last year, the US Drug Enforcement Administration seized 50 million fake prescription pills containing fentanyl at the borders. Most were intercepted not at shipping ports, but at land crossings with Mexico. The Washington Post reports fentanyl seizures on the southern border have tripled since 2020. Just a few short years ago, things were completely different. As recently as 2019, over 50% of fentanyl was shipped to the US from China. Now, though, US officials believe most of it is being produced in Mexico and shipped north by cartels. Or, as the DEA put it in a December press conference, most fentanyl, quote, is being mass-produced at secret factories in Mexico with chemicals sourced largely from China. Mexico disputes these claims. President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador has said that the drug is still being manufactured in Asia and the Mexican cartels are only involved in shipping it. But not according to American intelligence. In their estimation, the cartels are now the main producers and suppliers, feeding a bottomless market of Americans who each year spend over $153 billion on illegal drugs. This is why a war with the cartels has received so much attention in parts of Congress, with entire communities ravaged by opioids, with more Americans dying yearly of fentanyl overdoses than died in the entire Vietnam War. Perhaps it's no wonder people are yearning to punish the guilty parties, to do with military firepower what the Mexican authorities seem unable to do themselves. Unfortunately, if history is a guide, doing so might cause more problems than it solves. Every year in Mexico, roughly 30,000 people are murdered. Some of this undoubtedly comes from stuff cops deal with everywhere, drunken fights, interfamily conflict, but staggering numbers are linked to the country's gangs. Law enforcement, students, journalists, activists, politicians, the list of those targeted by the cartels is long, it is grim, and it is unrelenting. A grimness compounded by the sadistic methods gang members often employ. With statistics like this in mind, you might think that ordinary Mexicans would welcome an intervention. But you'd actually be wrong. After all, Mexican history is alive with periods when Uncle Sam came stomping in only to leave chaos in his wake. As the military journal Small Wars put it, the Mexican-American War, punitive expedition, cross-border raids, and the occupation of Veracruz are footnotes in US history books, but they are key components of the Mexican national narrative. In other words, the majority of Mexicans are unlikely to see an American assault on cartels in a particularly rosy light, especially given the ongoing catastrophe that is the Mexican drug war. Back in 2006, President Felipe Calderon initiated a military crackdown on what were then some of the biggest cartels, chief among them Los Zetas. Initially, it seemed like the policy could be called a success. Cartel leaders were killed, the deputies arrested, and scores of criminal networks smashed by land, air, and maritime units. But then a funny thing happened. As War on the Rocks records, instead of destroying these organizations, violence rose precipitously and spread beyond targeted communities. Drug trafficking, including into the US, continued as before. Rather than break, the cartels simply shattered into smaller gangs that then began brutal turf wars to take control of newly contested territory. The experience of the Mexican military is a major reason why analysts are skeptical that an American initiative will achieve different results, especially when the US has its own recent track record of failing to curb drug gangs. Between 2017 and 2019, the Defense Department oversaw a massive campaign to end Taliban drug production in Afghanistan. Special forces were sent in to disrupt trafficking networks. Airstrikes blasted drug labs into flaming ruins. Yet the drugs never stopped flowing. Opium production actually increased. All this isn't to say there are no examples of US firepower breaking powerful cartels. As supporters of intervention in Mexico's drug war like to point out, Washington once helped smash the biggest of them all. At their height, the Medellin and Cali cartels were like nothing else on earth. Not only were they turning incredible profits shipping cocaine into the US, but they'd managed to put Colombian society into a stranglehold. Political figures sat in their pockets, security services were bought off. It was only thanks to American largesse that the two gangs were smashed. A follow-up initiative, Plan Colombia, spent $10 billion to help the Colombian state increase stability and likewise take out leftist guerrilla organizations that had moved into narcotic trafficking. From a Colombian perspective, the plan was mostly a success. There's no doubt the country became a safer place during the Plan Colombia years. No doubt, too, that the Medellin and Cali cartels no longer exist in any significant way. And while criminal gangs can still disrupt whole Colombian cities, they no longer have the reach or the power that they had before. From an American perspective, though, the plan might have to be called a failure, at least in its central conceit. Rather than end cocaine production and shipments into the United States, it simply shifted the networks north. Mexican cartels moved in to replace Colombian ones. Is there any reason to think smashing Mexico's cartels with brute firepower would have a different outcome? Probably not. But really, that may be the least of everyone's worries. Because when you really start to dig down into the ramifications of this plan, it becomes clear there are serious practical barriers. The concept of war with cartels seems like a straightforward one. I mean, there's a bunch of organized criminals down there in Mexico. Well, war would just mean Uncle Sam blowing them up. Of course, though, military planning is never as simple as that. Anyone embarking on even a limited military operation needs to think things through, to make contingency plans, to identify targets. It's at this point we get into our first speed bump. Even finding targets in such a mission will be fraught with danger. Speaking to the Washington Post, Val Hurd, senior Mexico analyst for the International Crisis Group, outlined the ways cartels integrate into local communities, saying the traffickers aren't small, isolated groups of outsiders, but people rooted in their communities with ties to local and national politicians, as well as security forces and business leaders. To take them out, he noted, you'd have to bomb the whole area. This gets at the inherent problem with fighting any gang. Rather than soldiers in uniforms, they're often members of the communities that you're trying to protect. Now, some countries embrace this. El Salvador has recently led a successful crackdown on gangs by mass imprisoning tens of thousands with no care for the innocents swept up in the dragnet. Let's be honest though, there's no way in hell the US could get away with such collateral damage, especially if it was operating on Mexican soil, targeting Mexican nationals. Nor would it necessarily work in this case. The Small Wars Journal has argued that, we should stop thinking about cartels as unified structures and try to see them as, quote, a transnational network of smaller and relatively independent businesses operating horizontally. This means there's a lot of room in the system for adaptability. Take out a leader and the system works around their death. Blow up a bunch of drug factories, and the remaining links in the chain reorient themselves to wherever the market provides opportunities. Speaking of blowing up drug factories, that too will present a fiendish challenge. Those who advocate bombing fentanyl production centers probably have in mind something like the Colombian cocaine factories of the past, sprawling places that can be quickly identified via satellite or are located with drones. Fentanyl production, though, is harder to spot. Here's the post again. Fentanyl labs are often small and simple. They don't emit heat signatures, chemical fumes, or powerful odors as methamphetamine labs do. Fentanyl can be made with small amounts of chemicals in kitchens, basements, or garages. End quote. Missile strikes then might be off the table. It's one thing to demolish a factory way out in the countryside, it's another to hit a random house in a small Mexican town, even if it's one you're 100% sure is churning out opioids. Of course, military intervention is only part of the proposed plans. Another is the potential to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Yet even this wouldn't be straightforward. Back when President Trump was toying with the idea, War on the Rocks ran a lengthy article on the technical and legal issues. It's worth a read for all the ways it tries to argue against conflating gang crime with terrorism, but for our purposes, one section of this article really stands out. According to the article, the US legal definition of terrorism is premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets by subnational groups or clandestine agents. Key part there is politically motivated. As the piece argues, quote, Mexican drug cartels are not terrorists or insurgents because their goal is to maximize profit, not fundamentally change society and politics. Really though, none of that matters when placed against the most obvious obstacle of all, the lack of consent from the Mexican government. Without that, any adventure south of the border would be doomed from the start. The oddest part of the discussion about war with the cartels is that it routinely ignores what Mexico has to say. This isn't because the Mexican government is being cagey about its opinions or sending out mixed signals. They've repeatedly, loudly made it clear that this would be unacceptable. Here's Marcelo Ebrard, who was Secretary of Foreign Affairs until he recently resigned to run for president, on the idea of American military intervention in his nation. In one act, you'll destroy all the security cooperation between Mexico and the United States. Now, that's a pretty straightforward assessment, and it's likely widely shared. The Mexican government has previously retaliated over much smaller things than missile strikes. For example, just the act of designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations has caused huge diplomatic headaches. There's a reason Presidents Bush, Obama, and Trump all quietly dropped the idea. More concretely, there's the recent case of General Salvador Cienfuegos. In 2020, the DEA arrested him in LA on suspicion of drug trafficking. The issue? Cienfuegos is a former Mexican defense secretary. When President Lopez Obrador found out, he blew his top. Since then, despite Cienfuegos being freed, Mexico has limited cooperation with the DEA, arguing it violates nation sovereignty. Again, this is a much smaller infraction on America's part than cruise missiles hitting the site of fentanyl production or US Special Forces conducting raids on Mexican soil. The idea that Washington could engage in even the most limited actions without agreement is absurd. As Small Wars wrote, this is even more true now than it was previously. A big thing in politics at the moment is the idea of nearshoring, returning crucial parts of supply chains from adversary nations like China to nearby partners like Canada or Mexico. Undertake unilateral military action, that all blows up. At a bare minimum, bilateral trade with Mexico would completely break down, scrambling supply chains and handing a huge advantage to America's competitors. As the journal Responsible Statecraft succinctly put it, the economic ramifications of invading one's second largest trading partner would be uniformly unpleasant. Our relations with Mexico and the rest of Latin America would not recover in our lifetimes. Still, let's assume that war with the cartels becomes official Republican policy and maybe US policy in 2024. Let's assume, too, that a change in Mexican politics leads to the faintest possibility of joint military action. What would that action actually look like? So in our final chapter today, we'll be digging into the military realities of taking out the cartels in order to find out. Although they are almost unanimously against strikes, the one thing military analysts seem to agree on is that fighting the cartels will only be possible with Mexico on side. If that happens, if the government somehow comes around to Washington's way of thinking, then you might be able to stitch together a successful intervention. Like Plan Colombia, it would involve the US donating large amounts of money and equipment to the Mexican military and working with them to achieve very specific outcomes. For example, that might include a combination of American and Mexican special forces cooperating to dismantle the most violent, most destabilizing cartels, or it could be even smaller, a period of behavior modification where crackdowns are used to threaten the cartels into curbing their worst excesses. As the Small Wars Journal suggested, the most promising approach would be a sequential, focused, and systematic targeting strategy aimed at cartel behavior modification. Now, that's a lot less dramatic than sending cruise missiles smashing into drug labs, but it's also more likely to succeed. Not in ridding Mexico of the cartels, but in weakening their grip on certain regions, in forcing them to play nicer and commit fewer utterly egregious acts of violence. The plus side is that it would require little in the way of American military footprints. Working with and through the Mexican military would be the priority, limiting US involvement to intelligence and occasional deployment of special forces. The downside is that such an approach is unlikely to end the fentanyl crisis. While it would probably disrupt drug trafficking routes for a period, the cartels would eventually adjust. Per responsible statecraft, even if such an operation somehow succeeded, it would not stop the flow of drugs into the United States. The sad truth is that there will never be an end to the drug trade as long as Americans are willing to spend exceptional amounts of money to get high. Of course, the model outlined above is only one interpretation of a war with the cartels. The other envisages America going in without Mexico's consent, either in the form of airstrikes or conducting cross-border raids. So let's be clear. Even ignoring the damage this would do to the US-Mexico relationship, this gung-ho approach would likely end in disaster. As we mentioned back in our previous video on possible intervention in Haiti, there's little chance gang members would stand around waiting for Uncle Sam to arrive. Instead, they'd evaporate back into the communities they came from, disguising themselves as civilians until the danger was over. The same dynamic played out in Afghanistan, and it's a central reason the US never managed to crush the Taliban despite a 2-decade occupation. Not that occupation would be an option here. No matter what else changes, there is literally zero chance Mexico's government will accept American troops occupying its states, setting up roadblocks, and hunting for cartel members among the civilian population. Airstrikes and drone attacks, too, come with their own set of problems. Aside from the issues with targeting fentanyl labs that we outlined earlier, such strikes could very well kill civilians, as we saw happen on multiple occasions in Afghanistan. Those accidents caused outrage in Kabul, but since the government was being propped up by the US troop presence, it wasn't like they could kick the Americans out. Mexico has no such considerations the moment a single civilian was killed or hell would break loose. And Mexico is simply too important an economic and diplomatic partner for Congress to just shrug and say, oh well. While decades of over-the-horizon strikes in places like Afghanistan, Syria, and Pakistan may have given the impression that the US can do such things with impunity, that would not be the case below the border. At absolute best, it would create the mother of all diplomatic crises. At worst, it could destroy relations between the US and Mexico for decades to come. At the end of all that, then, we're basically back where we started, back with the broad opinion of the defense establishment that going to war with the cartels without Mexico's approval would be just a really, really bad idea. It's a frustrating feeling, for sure. Doubtless many of you watching this are desperate to see something done to find a way to stop the senseless deaths and collapsing communities caused by the fentanyl crisis. Others may be desperate to see the cartels get what's coming, to see these brutal organizations dismantled, to stop them sowing misery and terror in Mexico. To that, we can only say that we agree. It's awful that we live in a world in which cartel-aligned policemen can disappear 43 innocent students, in which drug dealers can become staggeringly wealthy, presiding over an empire of horrors. But sometimes we have to accept that the real world is what it is, a place where military power has its limits, where the sovereignty and dignity of Mexico is as important to protect as that of America. It may be that there's an unorthodox way to deal with the cartel problem that will actually work, but these plans are not it. And it's only once we accept their flaws that people might begin looking for a truly workable solution to this rather pressing problem. So, here it is. The video we never wanted to produce, but one that we couldn't put off making any longer. This summer began with cautious optimism for Ukraine. Optimism that newly supplied Western weapons would allow Kiev's forces to punch through Russian defensive lines. The Moscow's own failed 2023 offensive had so depleted its soldiers that the Ukrainians would be able to make significant gains in the south. Maybe not enough to completely KO the Russian bear, but at least enough to leave Kiev in a good place for 2024. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. Instead, after 5 months of intense, brutal combat, Ukraine's forces have barely advanced. The Sea of Azov and Crimea are still dozens of kilometers away. Russia's defenses are holding. The counter-offensive, it seems, has failed. The question now is what comes next. With Russia stepping up industrial production, there are worries that Ukraine's last chance at a knockout blow is slipping through its fingers. That all the future holds now is grinding attritional warfare that could continue for a very long time. In today's analysis, we're taking stock of the counter-offensive's unfulfilled hopes and asking where Kiev can possibly take things from here. If you have even the most passing interest in world events, you've probably seen the recent headlines. The Telegraph: Ukraine's counter-offensive is a disaster, says former Zelensky advisor. New York Times: Ukraine's top commander says war has hit a stalemate. A Washington Post: as war frustrations rise, stalemate tests Zelensky. Dripping out since August, such bleak assessments have recently become a flood. One capped by a November the 1st essay in The Economist by Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's armed forces, Valery Zaluzhny, which he declared there will most likely be no deep and beautiful breakthrough. This is in stark contrast to the nervous optimism that characterized Ukraine coverage at the start of the summer. Newly armed with Western-made battle tanks and fresh off NATO training courses, Ukraine's chances of success seemed high. There was dizzying talk of liberating Crimea, of exhausted Russian lines suffering a total collapse. At the peak of the hype, it sometimes felt like Kiev's backers were painting the armed forces of Ukraine, or AFU, as a kind of collective Saitama, one that would destroy Moscow's army with a single devastating punch. It was only after several months of grinding warfare that reality finally overtook expectations. Starting in June, the AFU began twin drive south toward the vital transport hubs of Melitopol and Berdansk, while a separate offensive in the east aimed to liberate recently conquered Bakhmut. In his essay for The Economist, Commander Zaluzhny notes how he expected the southern forces to advance up to 30 kilometers a day once they breached Russian defensive lines. In his words, if you look at NATO's textbooks and at the maths which we did, 4 months should have been enough time for us to have reached Crimea. It's a distance of about 200 kilometers. Instead, it's estimated that at their deepest point of penetration, the AFU advanced a mere 17 kilometers towards Melitopol. The Center for Strategic and International Studies crunched the numbers. At the height of Ukrainian advances towards the village of Robotyne, the AFU was moving at a mere 90 meters per day. Per the CSIS, the advance was slow even when compared with historical offensives in which the attacker did not draw major benefit from surprise or from air superiority. By way of comparison, the Kherson offensive in the fall of 2022 saw the AFU advance at an average of 590 meters per day. Historically, the rate of advance towards Melitopol is comparable to the Battle of the Somme. Now, that's not to say there weren't any successes, as at Robotyne, Ukrainian forces pierced Russia's first fortified lines of defense. In the Berdansk direction, several small towns were freed from Moscow's control. Near Bakhmut, the key positions of Klishchivka and Andriivka were liberated by Kiev's forces. In the grand scheme of things, though, these were minor successes. Back in January, the Washington Post reports Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin briefed that reaching the Sea of Azov and thus severing Russia's land bridge to Crimea was a realistic goal. The AFU never got close. As a result of the counter-offensive's slow pace, Kiev is now downsizing those goals. Writing on X, international relations expert Sam Ramani explained how, quote, Ukraine wanted Melitopol so it could disrupt Russian supply chains and make real progress in Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and outside Bakhmut. It downsized its goal to Tokmak, which has been partially successful, but battle lines are frozen. The cost of this partial success, thousands of troops killed and wounded. Now, we need to be clear that Kiev denies the counter-offensive has failed. In their telling, things are slow to a crawl but not yet stopped. A pause, while the AFU focuses on destroying Russian assets behind the lines with Storm Shadow and ATA CMS missiles. And who knows? Maybe that's really the case. Maybe there'll be a sudden shift in gear soon and this video will wind up looking hilariously misinformed. Honestly, we
pretty much hope that's what happens. As we made clear before, we want Ukraine to win. Nothing would give us more joy than for the AFU to stage a sudden breakthrough. But we also have a job to do, one that doesn't involve spinning fantasies about how everything is going to plan, one that, unfortunately, involves asking difficult questions. Questions like, what the hell happened? Now, back on August the 3rd, we released a video asking if Ukraine's counteroffensive had failed. In it, we discussed a lot of the factors that were bogging Kiev's progress down, from Russian fortifications to late deliveries of Western equipment. Since that video is still in our archive, we don't want to just repeat the same points here. What we're going to do instead is highlight stuff we maybe didn't touch on back then, or issues that have only become clear in hindsight. So if we fail to spend this section talking enough about Surovikin lines or slow deliveries, please don't get mad, you can hear all of that in our previous video. For now though, let's start with looking at something Commander Zaluzhny focused on in his recent essay, electronic warfare, or EW. But now, one of the odd things about how this war has played out on social media has been the endless memes portraying Russian soldiers as bumbling incompetents who do nothing but get drunk and steal raccoons. But when you start following or listening to interviews with frontline Ukrainian soldiers, you don't hear stories about clueless Russian idiots. You hear stories of a formidable foe, one that's light years ahead of the AFU in some areas, the most important of which is probably EW. Prior to the invasion, Russia pumped gallons of oil money into its EW forces, modernizing them, building new, cutting-edge equipment. Ukraine, by contrast, began the war still mostly relying on Soviet-era platforms. And while Western nations are helping Kiev's forces improve, the Russians are still able to jam their communications equipment so badly that it renders large-scale coordination between troops and artillery all but impossible. This leaves Ukraine at a huge disadvantage, especially when trying to battle through what the CSIS has called the most extensive defensive works in Europe since World War II. Among those defensive works, the key feature has been the minefields. Russia has laid minefields that can individually be up to 500 meters wide and collectively stretch back some 20 kilometers. Infamously, it was these minefields that led to the 47th Assault Brigade and 33rd Mechanized Brigade getting pummeled in early June. Trapped and targeted by artillery, the AFU was forced to abandon 25 trucks and fighting vehicles, including German Leopard 2 tanks. As Zaluzhny bluntly told The Economist, even Western supplies such as Norwegian mine-clearing tanks and rocket-powered mine-clearing devices have proved insufficient given the scale of Russian minefields. Other problems the commander highlights you could probably guess for yourselves. The lack of air superiority, for example, which has seen Ukrainian troops left vulnerable to Russian attack helicopters. Others are perhaps less well known. General Zaluzhny noted the prevalence of modern sensors covering every inch of the battlefield, making concentrating forces nearly impossible. What CSIS calls a transparent battlefield in which forces can be found and targeted more easily than in past decades. Or in the general's words, quote, "The simple fact is that we see everything the enemy is doing and they see everything we are doing." Still, we don't want to only rely on Zaluzhny's take for this section, especially as some analysts think the failure isn't just due to technological improvements or Russian strengths, but also Ukrainian missteps. John Helen of the open source intelligence analyst Black Bird Group summed up some of this thinking on X. "I don't think anyone was stopping the Ukrainians from opting for a more limited offensive starting in mid-July. No one imposed the Zaporizhzhia counteroffensive or spreading of forces in 3 to 4 directions on the Ukrainians." And that last bit is important. Many Ukrainian analysts have been openly critical of the AFU's decision to send thousands of badly needed troops to try and retake Bakhmut, a city that has no real strategic value for either side. In Washington, meanwhile, officials have been pointing the finger at tactics deployed on the ground. After suffering crazy high casualties in the counteroffensive's first 2 weeks, the AFU backed off from its original plan of trying to breach the Russian lines in force. Instead, they opted for slower advances that relied on artillery attrition and probing attacks by small units. The result of this has been a massive drop in Ukrainian casualties and equipment losses. On the other hand, it's also ensured no big breakthrough can be made. Now, to be fair to the AFU, there's no guarantee that a massive advance in force would have met with any greater success. As analyst Michael Kaufman noted on the War on the Rocks podcast, it may have ended with similar gains to what we're seeing now, only with way more losses. After all, when Russia tried something similar in Volodar in February, they wound up losing 130 tanks and armored vehicles in 3 weeks. To this day, Volodar remains in Ukrainian hands. Speaking of Russia, now might be a good time to look at how things are going for Moscow's forces. Because you may have noticed that very little coverage of the counteroffensive has called it a victory for the Kremlin. Rather, the most used term is stalemate, a condition when neither side is capable of winning. As we're about to see, that's bad news for Moscow too. One of the strange things about covering a war that the public are invested in is the tendency for people to treat it like a zero-sum game, one in which one side's failure is the other side's victory. But war in general isn't like that. It's possible for Ukraine both to have had a deeply disappointing summer and for Moscow's forces to have also had an unsuccessful year. Remember earlier when we said that the AFU had expended thousands of troops to advance just 17 kilometers? While Moscow expended thousands more in the spring just to capture Bakhmut, a city of such limited strategic value that neither side should be fighting as ferociously as they have been for it. As we record this, the Kremlin seems to be hoping to repeat that feat in Avdiivka. Since early October, they've been hurling men and armor at the city, leading to titanic losses. The analysts at RUSI think the Russians have lost thousands of men in one operation. Elsewhere, Mike Hoffman estimated that Moscow may have lost more equipment outside Avdiivka than Ukraine lost in its entire counteroffensive. Now, that's not to say Moscow won't eventually take Avdiivka. Surrounded on three sides, the city is one of Ukraine's most vulnerable positions. But if they only do so at an overwhelming cost, then it's simply going to be a mirror image of Ukraine's counteroffensive, a minor gain offset by all the bloodshed. This is what it means for a war to be stalemated, to have reached a point where not only is neither side winning, but perhaps neither side can win. Writing on X, a Ukrainian reserve officer and intel analyst who goes by the name Tatragami summed up the situation by saying, "We are not winning at the moment, but I also don't see us losing. We're at a crossroads and need swift changes." Whether those swift changes are possible, though, is another matter. The deputy director of the French Foundation for Strategic Research recently told The Times that Russian and Ukrainian troops were mutually cancelling each other's air and ground capabilities. What General Zaluzhny has called technological parity. To quote, "Just like in the First World War, we have reached the level of technology that puts us into a stalemate." Now, obviously, Russian and Ukrainian tech is not perfectly aligned. The Russians have advantages in some sectors that we mentioned earlier, like EW, while the Ukrainians have things donated from the West, like ATACMS and Patriot missile systems that Moscow can only dream of. Fundamentally, though, it looks like both sides are evenly matched where it matters most. Both are able to survey the whole battlefield in real time. Both are able to remotely lay extensive minefields. Both are capable of using $400 drones to disable a $2 million tank. Both have mastered cheap loitering munitions that can kill infantry with ease. Still, current parity does not mean this will always be the case. The artillery advantage, for example, has been swinging back and forth between both armies. In the summer of 2022, it was Russia that could unleash 50,000 shells a day. This year, Ukrainian has had the edge on the southern front. Now, with North Korea delivering up to 1 million rounds to Russia as Western shell productions misses targets, it looks like the advantage will soon be Moscow's again. That's likewise true where long-range missiles are concerned. Russia has been stockpiling in order to, it seems, resume its campaign against Ukrainian infrastructure this winter. Still, the deck isn't purely stacked in Russia's favor. Tesla has recently given Kyiv steep discounts on its Powerwall batteries to keep the lights on under bombardment, and recent meetings with US tech chiefs suggest Ukraine's cyber capabilities might soon get a boost. But will any of this alter the fundamental picture? Will a glut of shells allow Russia to break the stalemate any easier than it did Ukraine? And that's a hard question to answer. Most analysts agree that a protracted war favors the Kremlin, which has more money and manpower than Kyiv. Equally, though, that's only an issue if the West ceases to supply the AFU with arms and funding. But I think we've made our point about stalemate. For now, let's turn our attention away from the present frozen moment and toward the future. When we talk about Ukraine's counteroffensive being a failure, it's important to note that we're talking about a specific action, the attempted advances south and east rather than the entire war. We mention this because there are already doubtless angry people in the comments asking why we haven't touched on two recent Ukrainian successes in the Black Sea and across the Dnipro River. In the Black Sea theater, Ukrainian forces have successfully damaged and destroyed so many Russian ships that Moscow's navy has had to retreat to more distant ports. As a result, Kyiv has been able to unilaterally open a grain shipping corridor, albeit one prone to disruption. For a country without a functional navy, that's quite a feat. Another success has been down near Kherson City, where Ukrainian forces crossed the Dnipro River to establish a bridgehead last month, one that they've since expanded. Both of these are impressive wins. In Kherson, it may even point to a potential new front in the war. Yet we need to be clear that these actions are separate from the main counteroffensive. Sure, they're connected, in the sense that overall operations always are, but most analysts consider them to be different beasts. As far as the counteroffensive itself is concerned, the future likely holds a steep slowdown in the fighting, if not an outright pause. The Kyiv Independent summed up the position of AFU insiders thusly: "It's likely that Ukrainian advances, especially in the south, will remain very slow and localized for a time. Both sides' attention will shift east, to Avdiivka, and to a lesser extent Kupiansk, as Ukrainian assault brigades rest and await the tools they need." Such resting is likely necessary. Melinda Haring of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center recently spoke to Britain's Sky News after touring the front lines and reported that Ukraine's defenders are utterly exhausted. Not just regular tired, they're exhausted. To quote, "They've been fighting for more than 600 days. They haven't been replenished. They haven't really had a chance to go home. They really want a break." Others have suggested that Kyiv may also be holding back to see whether the US Congress will cut off military aid rather than suffer the loss of more equipment that might not get replaced. For some observers, the end of this counteroffensive has been touted as the perfect time to open peace negotiations, to clap Ukraine on the back, say, "Well done, you gave it your best shot," and then try and work out a deal with Vladimir Putin. The trouble is, there's no sign Putin is willing to negotiate. At least not on terms anyone not wearing a t-shirt saying "I heart the Kremlin" is going to find acceptable. Russia's preconditions remain stuff like recognition of its annexation of 4 Ukrainian oblasts. Oblasts Moscow mostly does not even come close to fully controlling. It also includes stuff like the demilitarization of Ukraine and other things Kyiv could never agree to. Perhaps more to the point, each AFU failure seems to only convince Putin he's going to succeed in his original goal of conquering the entire country. From his perspective, why talk now when victory is within sight? So, if Ukrainian forces are likely to take a pause and negotiations are off the table, that leaves one possibility for the immediate future: Russia going back on the offensive. The only question is, are Moscow's forces even capable of such an action? Look at Avdiivka, and it's clear the Kremlin is determined to wrest the initiative away from Kyiv, to stop defending and start attacking. Surrounded by Moscow's forces on 3 sides, the former Donbass coking town has seen more than 40,000 Russian troops mass outside it for a major push, despite heavy losses in recent weeks. According to the Kyiv Independent, quote, "All interviewed experts believe that Russia is committed to its assault on Avdiivka at least through the spring of 2024. Likewise, the 1st Tank Army and the 6th and 20th Combined Arms Armies are currently attempting to advance on Kupiansk. Outside Bakhmut, Russian forces have also launched an assault to regain positions previously seized by the AFU. So far, it seems like Putin's army is facing the same challenges Ukraine has, the near impossibility of overcoming formidable defenses when your opponent can see everything that you do. As the CSIS has dryly noted, quote, "Defense has the advantage in this war. This reality should not come as a major surprise." Who knows though? Maybe some of these offensives will be met with success. If Avdiivka falls, it will be a big win for Putin. Unlike Bakhmut, it wouldn't be merely symbolic either. Avdiivka is key to Ukrainian hopes of one day advancing into the Donbass. No matter how successful these localized actions are, though, they are unlikely to amount to a generalized offensive that makes large gains. Mostly because no one seriously believes Russia has the manpower to pull one off. As defense and security analyst Professor Michael Clark told Sky News, "I don't think that Russians can launch any successful offensive until spring of 2025. Or as the New York Times put it, given the intensity of the fighting, military analysts generally agree that both sides will continue to struggle to generate forces capable of conducting offensive operations." It's a feeling even Russia's most hardcore supporters admit to having. Just look at the letter Igor Girkin published from his cell. A former Russian officer who conducted operations in the Donbass, Girkin was jailed by the Kremlin this year for criticizing the war effort, but not from some liberal, anti-war perspective. An extreme nationalist, Girkin belongs to a class of mill bloggers who desperately want Russia to win and criticize Putin for not being brutal enough. While that makes Girkin a despicable human being, he's also a knowledgeable critic of where the war effort is failing. According to his letter, as translated by the ISW, Russian forces will be even less capable of offensive operations than they are now by spring 2024. For this, Girkin blames Putin's unwillingness to order a full mobilization as well as the Kremlin's continued insistence on expending men and material on high-cost, low-reward operations like Bakhmut and Avdiivka. To be fair, not everyone agrees with these takes. Some analysts expect a larger-scale Russian offensive than we're seeing so far, one that could make bigger gains than anyone is anticipating. Broadly, though, there seems to be agreement that things have reached a stalemate, that while Russia may take Avdiivka and Ukraine may establish positions across the Dnipro, we're not about to see a massive breakthrough by either side. All of which neatly takes us to our final chapter today, the part where we try to figure out how this stalemate might be broken. In his Economist essay, General Zaluzhny claims his initial strategy was to cause so many casualties among Russian forces that the Kremlin would be forced to back off. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Quote, "That plan was my mistake. Russia has lost at least 150,000 dead. In any other country, such casualties would have stopped the war. But not in Russia, where life is cheap." Now we can debate Zaluzhny's figures. Statistical analysis by independent Russian outlets Meduza and Mediazona in July put the number of dead closer to 47,000. But his overall point is sound. Moscow has lost more men in 90 months of fighting in Ukraine than the USSR did during the entire 10-year Soviet-Afghan war. Any hope of mass casualties leading to a revolution is just wishful thinking. This fact also means Kiev can't continue to rely on an attrition strategy. While they've suffered significantly fewer casualties than the Russians, Ukraine has a population slightly under a third of Russia's. In a grueling, long-lasting slugfest, the Kremlin has a clear advantage. So what's the AFU to do? Well, according to Zaluzhny, that's lean into new technologies hard. In his essay, the general highlights not only areas where Ukraine needs to play catch-up like EW, but also ways of using tech to bring the fight to Moscow. This includes heavy investment in drones. So many drones that they can be sent out in massive waves that overwhelm Russia's air defenses. That's going to be a hard task. Moscow is pumping insane amounts into mass-producing cheap drones. You could see the efforts of this in the headline of a recent Reuters piece speaking to Ukrainian operators. Some Ukraine drone pilots fear early advantage over Russia now lost. Nonetheless, there are signs Kiev is serious about upping its drone game. State-owned arms manufacturer Ukroboronprom recently announced it had begun mass-producing long-range kamikaze drones capable of striking Moscow. Mine clearance tech is something else Zaluzhny wants to promote, and he's got some pretty wild plans. Just listen to the stuff he's asking for. We need radar-like sensors that use invisible pulses of light to detect mines. We can use jet engines from decommissioned aircraft, water cannons, or cluster munitions to breach mine barriers without digging into the ground. New types of tunnel excavators, such as a robot which uses plasma torches to bore tunnels, can also help. On the other hand, there are many who think relying on advanced tech may be a distraction from Kiev's real needs. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges recently told the Washington Post that the key is long-range strike capacity. In other words, giving Ukraine more cruise missiles that can hit sensitive sites like airfields, logistics hubs, and command posts. Right now, the AFU is armed with Storm Shadow, Scalp, and ATACMS long-range missiles. With these, they've destroyed scores of Russian aircraft and blown up ships in dock. Crucially, though, the number they have is limited. The exact figure is unknown, but everybody agrees that it's small. Hodges' argument is that enough of these missiles could severely disrupt Russian logistics in Crimea, through which Moscow's forces in the southern theater are supplied. That could make some positions in southern Ukraine untenable. Jack Watling at RUSI likewise supports facilitating the targeting of Russian logistics, especially with winter setting in. As he told the New York Times, if targeted strikes can degrade their Russian logistics, then the limited training and fieldcraft of Russian forces can maximize climactic injuries. Climactic injuries there being a polite way of talking about stuff like frostbite and hypothermia. One last technique Kiev can use is wider mobilization. As we mentioned earlier, Russia dwarfs Ukraine in terms of population. But as Zaluzhny points out, so far, quote, Russia has failed to capitalize on its hefty manpower advantage because Vladimir Putin is worried that a general mobilization might spark a political crisis. That means Kiev might be capable of getting more people onto the front lines than Moscow by a combination of clamping down on draft dodging, expanding the categories of those fit to serve, and making joining up more attractive. After all, for ordinary Russians, this war is something to be ignored or avoided, or at best seen on TV. For ordinary Ukrainians, it's a fight for their very survival. Ultimately, though, what decides Ukraine's fate might not be decisions made in Kiev or by AFU leadership, but decisions made in capitals thousands of kilometers away. Right now, it's trendy to talk of war fatigue setting in across Europe and America, of voters who don't want to see more money being sent to Kiev, of politicians who think they can cut a dirty deal with Putin and end the violence. And that's unfortunate, because it plays into the beliefs the old man in the Kremlin has always held about the West. That we're fickle, that we're easily distracted, that we're so weak and busy organizing pride parades that we'll roll over and give up the moment a real tough guy shows up. If the collective West stops backing Ukraine now, then all we'll be doing is confirming this worldview. To Putin, yeah, but also to every other wannabe autocrat out there, to every playground bully who failed to grow up and realize that there's more to life than dominating others. Because while Ukraine's counteroffensive may have failed, there's one sure way to guarantee it doesn't translate into wider failure. And that's to do what Kyiv-sympathetic analysts have been calling for since 2022, to create a long-term plan, one that utilizes the full industrial and economic power not just of America but of Europe too, one that doesn't just commit to manufacturing more weapons, but delivers them, on time and in quantities the Ukrainians can use. If our democracies all stand together, then there's no way Moscow can win. Against our combined economies and might, the Russian grizzly looks more like a mangy Care Bear. The choice, then, to end this war is ours. It remains to be seen whether our leaders have the courage to do so.
In a world that's rife with conflict, where war fronts open with alarming frequency, we're launching a new weekly feature here on Warrior Graphics, The Situation Room. Today we're going to break down the latest developments from 3 of the most intense global hotspots. First, we're going to witness the strategic shift as Israel commences a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip, marking a new phase in a conflict that has already reshaped the region. Then we turn our gaze to the South Caucasus, where the echoes of a Soviet collapse stir new turmoil and shift the balance of power overnight. And we won't overlook the enduring struggle in Ukraine, where each move on the battlefield could alter the course of the war. This is where we dissect the tactics, unravel the politics, and anticipate what's next, bringing you to the front line of information. Welcome to the Situation Room, where clarity emerges amidst chaos. And our lead story? Israel's ground invasion. After several weeks of raiding assaults, aerial bombardments, and military encirclement, the nation of Israel and its Israel Defense Forces, or IDF, have begun their ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. Although the IDF and the Israeli government have thus far refused to acknowledge their invasion as such, IDF troops have now captured and sustained control over parts of Gazan territory for upward of a week. Their objective appears to be the same as it's been since the 7th of November this year, when a terror attack by the Hamas organization, which at present maintains political and military authority within the Gaza Strip itself, killed well over 1,000 Israelis on Israel's own territory and took some 200 Israeli and foreign nationals as hostages into Gaza. In the intervening weeks, Gaza, the narrow stretch of land some 40 kilometers long and just a few kilometers wide, has endured a counter-offensive by Israel that Gaza's own health ministry claims has killed over 8,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians. We begin with Israel's ground assault. And we've got to include a disclaimer here. The IDF and the Israeli government spokespeople are not reporting their own strategic or tactical actions at this stage of the conflict, and sources on the ground are often pretty sparse, unreliable, or contradictory toward each other or even themselves. As such, we're going to discuss this situation in general terms as best as we understand it. Now, at the time of writing, several thousand IDF troops are believed to be maintaining a presence on captured territory within Gaza. Their numbers are believed to be swelling more and more each day, and while their position or positions are currently unclear, they're believed to mainly occupy the northern reaches of Gaza, where civilians have been ordered to flee southward several days prior to that ground invasion. They've also encroached on a strategically significant road, Salah al-Din, which runs the length of the Gaza Strip. From that position, they can pivot toward Gaza City, while the city is threatened from the north, pinning those who remain into an urban environment where they're sitting ducks for the Israeli Air Force. Artillery and combat engineers are believed to be present there, suggesting an acknowledgement that a sustained ground invasion will involve major assaults on Gazan infrastructure. At this time, Israel's objective appears not to be an immediate offensive toward the south or an attempt to simply control more territory. Instead, Israel appears to view its captured territory in Gaza as a forward operating area from which raids, special operation missions, and other offensive actions can be more easily carried out. Israel has, thus far, been open about the fact that its troops now occupy Gazan territory. In the words of Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, "We are deploying forces on a large scale in the depths of Gaza." However, the nation has remained reticent to provide any level of detail on what that troop deployment entails. While we can't speak to the full scope of Israel's activities there, we can certainly hazard a guess at their objectives. Publicly, Israel's main goals in the wake of the October 7th attack have not changed. The destruction of the Hamas organization and the return of all hostages Hamas took captive during the initial attack. However, Hamas is notorious for a long list of tactics that make a full-on military assault against them difficult. Their use of Gaza's densely populated cityscape to hide their weapons and fighters, their use of an extensive tunnel network under the city surface, and their enthusiastic tendency to use ordinary Gazans, including large numbers of women and children, as human shields. According to independent analysts and former IDF personnel, Israel's approach appears to be an effort to surgically target Hamas elements inside Gaza using small mobile military units on the ground, accepting the greater threat of traps, ambushes, and the killing of individual civilians in order to avoid large-scale firefights. If successful, this is a strategy that will require many months and countless operations to complete. If Israel were attempting to demolish a building, they'd be doing it brick by brick instead of with a wrecking ball. This tactical approach has a number of potential benefits for the IDF. Although we can't say for sure, Hamas's best-case scenario for a ground war with Israel appears to be one in which Hamas militants can use buildings, tunnels, booby traps, and other urban features to level the playing field with the IDF, whose tanks, warplanes, and intelligence apparatus vastly outstrips anything that Hamas has in its arsenal. But by sending smaller groups of specialized elite troops into what are probably going to be fights the IDF chooses because it believes its soldiers can win, then the IDF has a chance to whittle away at Hamas's strength. Imagine a neighborhood in Gaza City that's occupied by Hamas militants. A few surgical strikes in the right areas, taking out an outpost here, leveling an ammo dump there, evacuating hostages and mapping the local tunnel networks, can allow the IDF to cut off and clear out chunks of that neighborhood at a time. It is a grueling process, and one that is sure to lead to incredible pain and loss on both the Israeli and Palestinian sides, but it's one that appears focused on keeping as many Israeli troops alive as possible. In the words of former Israeli intelligence chief Amos Yadlin, it's inch by inch, meter by meter, trying to avoid casualties and trying to kill as much as possible Hamas terrorists. As of yet, Israel appears not to be penetrating Hamas's vast network of underground tunnels or advancing into areas south of their established line demarcating an evacuation zone in the south where Gazan civilians have been instructed to flee. According to an Israeli reserve major named Omri Attar, the Combat Engineering Corps is expected to take point on engagements within the tunnels at this time while also sealing off any tunnel openings accessible to them. In the short term, Israel appears to be looking to expand its forward area southward. On November the 1st, the IDF stormed Hamas's front line in the northern reaches of Gaza. Whether they intend to press the advantage and encroach on Gaza City directly or consolidate their gains remains to be seen. One particularly notable development is a series of reports that the roads south from Gaza City appear to still be open, suggesting that Israel may favor a porous encirclement, or that is one where Gazan civilians and even Hamas militants are allowed to flee the area in order to cut down on the problems Israel will face when actually taking the city. But for all the slow-marching consideration that Israel seems to be showing with its ground assault, the same simply cannot be said for its air campaign against Gaza. In the 3 weeks that followed Hamas's initial attack, Israel's airstrikes and bombings have been among the most ferocious since the turn of the 21st century. And while the degree to which Israel is willing to accept civilian collateral damage does appear to be changing slightly with time, The air campaign has been largely indiscriminate in its focus nonetheless. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, some 8,000 civilians, including 3,000 children, have died in the Israeli assault so far. And while we've got to emphasize that the Gaza Health Ministry is a civil agency operated by Hamas, we've also got to point out that according to many neutral observers, including Human Rights Watch, the Gaza Health Ministry has been reliable and accurate in its casualty reports on past conflicts. Along with the civilian deaths, Israel's airstrikes have seen large swaths of Gaza leveled or blown apart, while fuel, food, medicine, and even water have been unable to drive in under the cloud of military aircraft hovering above the Gaza Strip. The humanitarian impact of these shortages has been immense, as we'll discuss in just a moment. But they're yet another example of the Israeli air campaign's ability to indiscriminately inflict harm on the Gazan civilian population. Far from slowing down, these airstrikes now appear to be sustaining their incidence rate overall, while changing their targets somewhat toward those that can, if destroyed, clear the way for IDF ground troops. The airstrikes have, at times, been paired with an imposed communications and internet blackout, including a blackout that lasted well over a day in the last weekend of October. With internet and cell service down, Israel could engage in ground operations, while Hamas had a diminished capacity to respond. But this choice also left civilians, journalists, aid workers, and emergency services unable to contact each other. In the raids and airstrikes that followed, sources on the ground in Gaza indicate that many civilians were wounded and powerless to call for help, eventually succumbing to conditions from which they'd otherwise have been rescued. In recent days, no airstrike has earned Israel international condemnation and horror like the one it launched on October the 31st, when a barrage of strikes fell upon the Jabalia refugee camp. According to Israel, these airstrikes killed one Ibrahim Biari, a Hamas commander who's believed to have coordinated parts of the October 7th attack. However, the death toll from the airstrike that killed Biari stands at a minimum of 50 people, with another 150 wounded. The strike hit a densely populated section of the refugee camp, and according to sources on the ground, children and the elderly make up a high proportion of the dead there. In the words of one responder at the scene, "Here they are, children. We are filling up bags with children. We are placing them in bags." The camp was hit by a second round of strikes after the first, and now the combined death toll is placed by some sources at above 120, while others place it at over 190. Neither number accounts for the dead who are still buried in the rubble and may not be found for months. While the Gazan population pushed southward into smaller and smaller sections of their territory, packed together in areas still targeted by airstrikes and almost certainly being used as human shields by Hamas operatives in their midst, survival has become the only priority for most of the people trapped there. But that survival is getting more and more difficult by the day. Gaza has long relied on aid shipments in order to survive, but now most of that aid is blockaded outside of the territory, and that little aid that does make it into the territory often can't be brought to the places that it's most needed, partly due to damage from the air campaign and partly due to a lack of public order. At present, Gazans have taken to digging saltwater wells near the sea or using water that's visibly contaminated with sewage in order to avoid dying of thirst. According to the UN, clean water has run out at most of the UN's own schools inside Gaza, where some 250,000 people gather across the territory in hopes that they wouldn't be blown up. In a response to international pressure, Israel claims to have resumed some water deliveries to small areas of southern Gaza, but those reports are, at the time of writing, unconfirmed by sources on the ground. In Gaza's hospitals, there are simply no resources left to treat anything but emergency patients. Hospitals, too, have been subject to airstrike if the Israeli military deems the civilian risk acceptable in order to get at the Hamas insurgents hiding inside them or underneath. Only a handful of hospitals remain open at all, and those that do are swamped with civilians who might not need urgent medical care, but who see the hospitals as the closest thing they've got to a lifeline. Those who need operations must receive them largely without anesthesia, including in operations on dying pregnant women whose infants must be delivered premature despite the lack of resources to care for them. Medications, essential life-saving equipment, and even items like gloves or surgical masks are nowhere to be found. Instead, doctors and nurses are operating by the light of mobile phones and substitute essential antiseptics with vinegar. Across Gaza, respiratory and skin infection rates are on the rise, while the current lack of sanitation infrastructure and clean water can very easily escalate to outbreaks of diseases like cholera if conditions don't improve. Those who treat them are taking immense risks. Although it's not yet confirmed, the perception on the ground is that health workers are actively being targeted by the Israeli military not being spared. And finally, in our lead story today, we'll at least pay a brief visit to the concept of a ceasefire, which as of now has been forcefully rejected by Israel. Despite pleas from international relief organizations and many global nations, Israel has been strongly opposed to any sort of ceasefire, be it temporary or permanent, citing concerns that such an arrangement would allow Hamas to consolidate its positions and establish new measures of resistance that Israel cannot account for. Hamas has joined calls for a ceasefire, claiming that it can only facilitate the large-scale release of hostages if Israel is to halt its bombardments. And on October the 27th, the UN General Assembly overwhelmingly adopted a resolution demanding an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, supported by 120 countries and opposed by 14. The United States, Israel's main international backer, was among the few to vote against the resolution, although a few days later, American President Joe Biden responded to a protester during a fundraiser for his presidential re-election campaign, seeming to support a temporary ceasefire while the hostage situation in Gaza is addressed. Clarifying its stance later, the White House confirmed that it would support a pause in hostilities for humanitarian reasons. Whether the urging of the United States could, hypothetically, be enough to bring Israel to the table, we can't say. But at present, it seems there are no known efforts by Israel's close allies to force a halt to the violence. And now, let's move on to our second story today, Azerbaijan and Armenia. Now, there have been days this decade that will remain etched on people's memories for generations to come. February the 24th, 2022, for example, when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, or October the 7th, 2023, when Hamas attacked southern Israel, as we just talked about. For the people of the South Caucasus, though, the key date is likely September the 19th, 2023. On that day, Azerbaijan launched a lightning assault on Nagorno-Karabakh, an unrecognized, self-governing, ethnically Armenian enclave lying within internationally recognized Azeri territory. For 24 hours, this ancient landscape flickered with flares of artillery. Drones buzzed over the capital, Stepanakert. In the countryside, Azeri forces surrounded Armenian villages. By September the 20th, it was already over. Facing annihilation, the government of Nagorno-Karabakh, known to Armenians as the Republic of Artsakh, capitulated. Azeri president Ilham Aliyev had won. What followed was a biblical exodus. From a pre-war population of 120,000, so many fled this mountainous land that today fewer than 100 ethnic Armenians are thought to remain. Although it was quickly overshadowed by the Israeli crisis, the fall of Nagorno-Karabakh was hugely important for several reasons. For one, it ended a continuous presence of Armenian Christians in the region that had stretched back millennia. As Caucasus expert Lawrence Brers wrote for World Politics Review, with its landscapes dotted with iconic American churches and monasteries, Karabakh had come to symbolize a much greater array of Armenian ideals than just the claim to self-determination of its population. Its loss is perceived as a catastrophe on a level unseen since the era of the Armenian genocide. For another, it marked the end of a 3-decade Azeri project to establish control over Baku's internationally recognized territory. When the USSR collapsed, Armenian forces took control not just of ethnically Armenian Nagorno-Karabakh, but also 7 ethnically Azeri districts surrounding it, an act that saw around 700,000 Azeris forced from their homes. From Baku's perspective, the events of September 19th finally righted that historic wrong. But perhaps the most important aspect of the crisis is that it's not yet over. Despite Azerbaijan's total victory, Baku and Yerevan have yet to sign a treaty ending hostilities. In October alone, Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan and Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev passed up 3 opportunities to meet and normalize relations, once in a Russian-backed forum and twice in an EU-backed one. As a result, we're making this report at a moment when the region seems at a crossroads that head off into parallel universes. One in which a treaty is eventually hammered out, and one over which the spectre of further conflict forever hangs. It's our job in this short section today to try and figure out which of these futures is more likely. Now, the first thing to note is that Azerbaijan, fresh off of its lightning victory, isn't just holding all of the cards, but it's also holding the spare deck. It's holding the rulebook, and it's just holding the entire poker table too. Writing for Carnegie Europe, journalist Kirill Krivashev noted that, quote, before last month's one-day war on September the 19th, the debate was over whether any agreement should be signed on Russia's or Western terms. It's now clear that it will be neither. Instead, Azerbaijan will define its own terms. Armenia has already been forced into concessions, such as signing a document listing Azerbaijan's extent as 86,000 square kilometers, an implicit admission that Nagorno-Karabakh belongs to Baku. However, more concessions may well be on the way. The most potentially explosive of those, the Zangezur corridor. Just as Nagorno-Karabakh was, until recently, an ethnically Armenian enclave surrounded by internationally recognized Azeri territory, so too does Baku have an ethnically Azeri region separated from it by internationally recognized Armenian land. Nakhichevan lies some 40 kilometers from the Azeri mothership, separated from Baku's embrace by Armenia's southern Siyunik province. The Zangezur Corridor is a plan by President Aliyev and his main backer, Recep Erdogan of Turkey, to end this separation. To forge an umbilical cord across Siyunik that will not just connect Nakhichevan to Azerbaijan, but Turkey to the lucrative Central Asian markets. From Baku's perspective, this isn't such a crazy idea. In Soviet times, a rail link ran through this very province, connecting the two parts of socialist Azerbaijan. For another Russian-mediated ceasefire that ended an earlier 2020 war over Nagorno-Karabakh stipulated the creation of such a corridor, one to be overseen by Russian peacekeepers. From the Armenian perspective, though, the Zangezur Corridor isn't just crazy, it's actively dangerous. It's an infringement on their sovereignty, a feeling that's only grown as Yerevan and Moscow's old alliance has soured. Nor is Armenia alone in this assessment. Yerevan's ally Iran is also deeply suspicious, worried that the corridor could cut off its land access to Armenia, worried too that Azerbaijan's alliance with Israel might mean the corridor is one day weaponized against Tehran. The danger is that if Yerevan refuses the corridor, Azerbaijan might try to drive the project ahead by force. During the fall of the Soviet Union, thousands of ethnic Azeris were displaced from Siyunik province by Armenian forces. President Aliyev has recently talked about their right to return, calling Siyunik historical Azeri land, even referring to the Armenian province as Western Azerbaijan, a phrase as loaded as a UK Prime Minister referring to Ireland as West England. Still, while negotiations over the corridor are a major potential flashpoint, there's no guarantee the issue will explode into warfare. While Azerbaijan may be well placed militarily to vanquish Armenia, an invasion of Siyunik could trigger Western sanctions. Indeed, Baku, Ankara, and Tehran have begun talks for an alternative corridor through Iran's north, one that Tehran would be able to closely monitor. But the Zangezur Corridor isn't the only territorial issue to unpick here. There are also the enclave. There remain to this day 3 Azeri enclaves within Armenia, while one Armenian enclave still exists in Azerbaijan. Since all of them are tiny and located in border regions, it theoretically should be possible to reconnect them all to their respective nations via a land swap. The problem is, the main highway connecting Yerevan to Tbilisi in Georgia runs right next to the Azeri exclave of Yakhari Astapara. Handing it over to Baku would give President Aliyev the ability to cut Armenia's seat of government off from one of its only allies. Still, none of these issues are insurmountable, and recent messaging from both Yerevan and Baku has indicated they believe lasting peace is possible. According to Carnegie Europe, Pashinyan thinks there's a 70% chance of a deal by the end of the year. Meanwhile, Politico reports Azerbaijan's foreign minister Yehun Bayramov saying there are real chances for the conclusion of a peace treaty between Azerbaijan and Armenia within a short period of time. If that's the case, well, then everything's good, and we just wasted about 1,000 words worrying you about a problem that's already been solved. Except, of course, it hasn't been, not really. According to credible experts, not only is a peace deal not on the cards, but a return to war might be the most likely outcome. For all of Baku's talk of peace, Azerbaijan has form in saying one thing and then doing another, way more violent thing. The Financial Times reports EU diplomats were being told by Baku on September the 18th that there would be no attack on Nagorno-Karabakh. President Aliyev's own statements since his victory aren't exactly what you'd call consolatory. Analyzing the Azeri leader's victory speech, Caucasus expert Thomas de Waal wrote on X, "It's an angry speech, dwelling on past grievances, with nothing about the future or reconciliation. No olive branches. Instead, it suggests that Aliyev still believes he derives legitimacy from the public by mobilizing anti-Armenian sentiment. So, strong indications that he will keep on threatening Armenia itself." Now, that anger de Waal mentions is just the latest manifestation of a bitter cycle that's been running between Armenians and Azeris for generations. The fall of the Soviet Union saw horrific acts committed by both sides. Armenians are brought up hearing stories about their kinfolk being expelled in brutal Azeri pogroms. Azeris learn how they were cleansed from Armenian land. All of which means there is little domestic pressure on Aliyev to be a gracious victor, and there are signs that the autocrat believes his victory is not yet complete. Late October saw joint Turkish-Azeri military exercises take place next to Armenia's border. As Time pointed out, Last time such a massive exercise took place in 2020, it preceded the 44-day war against Armenia-backed Nagorno-Karabakh. And while the exercises have since ended without an invasion, there's no denying that now might be the perfect time for Aliyev to make his move. Between the war in Ukraine and Israel's ground invasion of Gaza, the world is extremely distracted. All potential regional players, the US, the EU, Russia, and Iran, are consumed by one or both of these conflicts. In such circumstances, Aliyev might just gamble that with Turkey's backing, he can create new facts on the ground before a preoccupied world has time to react. Thankfully, the chances of this happening do appear to be low. Most experts think that Aliyev cares too much about his international standing to risk the backlash that would surely follow. But until he and Pashinyan finally meet and sign a peace, the spectre of more conflict will remain. Another ghost haunting a region where old hatreds seem to never truly die. And now we move on to our third story today, Ukraine's Dnipro River crossing. High risk, high reward. Now, as we inch toward the winter, the situation in Ukraine seems increasingly gloomy. The counter-offensive Kyiv launched in June has entered a lull, if not stalled altogether, after months of bitter fighting that brought only minor gains. In the east, Russia has gone on the offensive around Avdiivka, throwing waves of troops at the city. Yet while autumn of 2023 may be lacking the spectacular Ukrainian victories of 2022, there are still a couple of bright spots for Kyiv supporters, little shafts of light that threaten to break through the clouds. Of these, perhaps the brightest is in Kherson Oblast. Following the liberation of Kherson City last November, regional front lines hit a neutral port. Natural, because the western and eastern parts of the oblast are bisected by the Dnipro River. Up to 1.5 kilometers wide, the Dnipro operates as a barrier for both forces, one that stops either from launching serious assaults. For much of 2023, Ukraine merely sent specialist commando units on raids to the Russian-occupied East Bank, raids that did little more than harass Moscow's forces before falling back to the Ukrainian-controlled West Bank. But the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam on June the 6th and the subsequent flooding of the area halted even these small attacks. That is until now. This October, Russian independent outlet Meduza reported that Ukraine's military withdrew part of its Marine Corps from the southern counteroffensive. Shortly after, those forces carried out the first landing across the Dnipro in months. And this time, they didn't retreat. Unlike raiding parties earlier in the year, this latest raid established a foothold on the East Bank, a foothold Ukraine's forces have yet to be dislodged from. On October the 18th, the Telegraph reported that the raid had been preceded by a sustained campaign of artillery and drone attacks. This allowed Ukraine to seize a small area near the destroyed Antonivka road bridge, one that's recently been joined by another foothold further upriver. At the time of recording, on November the 2nd, it's estimated that Ukrainians have established 3 small bridgeheads in Russian-occupied territory. For over 2 weeks, forward units have withstood Russian artillery and airstrikes to consolidate their gains. Per the Institute for the Study of War, Ukraine currently holds positions in the village of Krynki, 2 kilometers from the shore. Further inland still, Kyiv's forces are battling to take the settlements of Pishchanivka and Poima. All told, Rohan Consulting estimates that they've liberated 10 square kilometers on the East Bank. Now, 10 square kilometers obviously isn't much in the grand scheme of things. Kherson Oblast alone is 28,500 square kilometers, and over half of it is in Russian hands. Yet, the crossing is noteworthy for a couple of reasons. One being the inability of the Russians to stop it. Russian mill blogger Rybar, quoted here via The Drive, has reported that the approaches to Krynki are completely under fire from the Ukrainian armed forces, which does not allow Russian troops to clear the bridgehead. To compensate, Moscow is desperately trying to destroy the artillery shielding the Marines. On October the 31st alone, they launched 45 glide bombs at the West Bank. Yet these airstrikes have failed to suppress Ukrainian covering fire. As retired Australian General Mick Ryan told RFERL of the crossings, the fact that they have been able to successfully cross the river and establish 2 or 3 bridgeheads is a significant achievement and shows that the Russians are having issues dealing with the array of consecutive operations. The second reason these bridgeheads are significant is because of what the term bridgehead implies. According to the New York Times, a bridgehead is defined as, quote, an area on the enemy side of a river that must be free of enemy presence and be large enough to position anti-aircraft and anti-armor units to contribute to the crossing's defense. Now, to be frank, that is not what Ukraine has achieved. However, it could be what their forces are hoping to achieve. And that would imply Kyiv might be planning to eventually cross the Dnipro in force. This would be both exciting and unbelievably dangerous, the sort of strategy for which the term high risk, high reward was actually created. The exciting part is that securing passage across the Dnipro would allow Ukraine to put huge pressure on Russian forces defending Crimea. Because of the river, fortifications on the east bank are sparse, meaning attacking troops wouldn't face the same minefields that bogged down the counteroffensive. Speaking to the Kyiv Independent, retired British Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Grant declared, quote, "If they, Ukraine, have the capacity to shift an armoured brigade across the river and strike in the back of defensive lines, it would absolutely cripple them," meaning Russia. But while that statement makes crossing the Dnipro sound easy, the reality would be anything but. River crossings are notoriously difficult. Early on in the war, Russia lost nearly 500 troops to a failed crossing of the Seversky Donets River. A failed crossing of the Dnipro could lead to a Ukrainian loss of a similar scale. Yet it may be what Kyiv is planning. According to Roshan Consulting, Ukraine has around 7,000 troops and 46 tanks in the area, potentially held back for an amphibious assault. Will they commit these reserves to such a risky operation? Well, it's hard to say. Some analysts think the whole thing is just a feint, a way to pressure Russia into sending much-needed men and equipment away from Avdiivka. After all, Ukraine's potential assault force is relatively small. Even if it crossed the Dnipro, such a limited number of troops likely wouldn't advance further than the town Nova Kakhovka. Others, like Nick Ryan, think it's simply an operation of opportunity. The Ukrainians saw a potential weak point and are now pressing to see if it'll break. If it does, they'll commit their reserves. If it doesn't, they'll eventually retreat. Still, the Russians are taking no chances. On October the 29th, the commander of the local forces was replaced by Colonel General Mikhail Teplinsky. Teplinsky is the officer who organized Russia's successful retreat from Kherson City last year, a competent guy who is good at what he does. The expectation is that he's been tasked with eliminating these potential Ukrainian bridgeheads once and for all. Will he succeed? The odds do seem in his favor. The Russians have air superiority in the sector, and the Ukrainians are fighting with their backs against the river. And we need to stress again just how small these East Bank footholds are. Nonetheless, at the time of recording, they are still there. Possibly the start of something significant, possibly just another false hope in a war that has already seen hundreds of them. Only time will tell which one of these turns out to be true. And that's where we end our first episode of The Situation Room today. If you enjoyed it, there's a comment section, a like button below, but most importantly, this video has almost certainly been demonetized. So if you want to give a super thanks, it helps us produce this, which is independent. We have no giant corporate backer or government paying our bills. And if you can support us, that would be amazing. And thanks for watching.
ma che raro. Ah, ma la verità. Ah, ma davvero. Ah, ma caramba. Ma che raro. Marguerite Moro.
Hidden in plain sight, air pollution is a silent assassin on a global rampage. Today we're going to take an eye-opening journey into the shadowy world of this environmental hazard that we often overlook. We're going to unveil the staggering impacts of air pollution on health, the ecosystem, and economies of the world. Effects far more devastating than commonly acknowledged, resulting in lung cancer, kidney damage, infertility, and a whole lot more. From the smog-choked streets of bustling cities to the invisible toxins in rural areas, we're going to reveal just how this insidious threat is not just a vague environmental issue, but it really is a pressing health crisis. Now, one of the biggest myths about air pollution is that it only really affects those living in large, densely populated cities. After all, nearly everyone has seen a news segment showing an orange haze covering Beijing or air quality warnings for Los Angeles. But this doesn't tell the full story. Horrifyingly, data from the World Health Organization shows that 99% of people on Earth are currently breathing air with some level of contaminants, and 9 out of 10 people are breathing dangerous levels. Obviously, air in some places is much safer to breathe than others, but essentially, no one is completely safe, as these pollutants have by now spread around the entire globe. The source of all this pollution varies depending on your location, but the main contributors are vehicles, power generation, residential heating, waste incineration, and general industry. However, this only accounts for ambient or outdoor pollution. Household air pollution is the other half, which occurs when people use things like open fires to cook without proper ventilation in their home. Now, this isn't something that affects very many people in Europe and North America, but it is quite literally strangling Africa, where many people rely on burning kerosene or biomass to cook their food, releasing dangerous levels of pollutants into their homes. But even if you were to cook in a remote area, cook your food safely outdoors, and refuse to use any sort of vehicle, you still aren't going to be able to escape the danger. The thing is, pollutants don't just rise into the atmosphere and then disappear. Oftentimes, they will react with other elements and become what are known as secondary pollutants, which can linger in the air for months, carried around by wind currents before coming back down to Earth in a completely different location. For example, ozone pollution, or O3, is carried across the Pacific by natural air currents originating in China and often ending up on the US West Coast, raising the ozone pollution levels there by nearly 48%. Singapore suffers from smoke produced in Indonesian fires, and the whole of South America suffers from slash and burn clearing of the Amazon. Now, before we can understand how this contaminated air affects human health, we first need to understand what exactly we mean when we say pollution. For starters, pollutants can be a gas, such as carbon monoxide and methane, but they can also take the form of small particles, often called particulate matter, which can be tiny bits of metal, dirt, or liquid droplets that are so light that they're carried around by air currents and can stay floating around in the atmosphere for weeks or even months. Generally, it's high concentrations of these particles that scatter sunlight, creating the smoggy haze that we're all familiar with. So what happens to our body when we inhale these? Well, first up today, we have sulfur dioxide, a gas formed during the burning of coal and the smelting of several metals. This is one of the most common gaseous pollutants, and it is downright terrible for your body. Apart from being an irritant to your skin and mucous membranes, it's also been shown to worsen lung function and put those with heart disease at a higher risk of an attack, even at moderate levels. Along with other gases, it can also cause eye irritation, shortness of breath, and even dizziness. However, in many cases, particulate matter is even more dangerous. The real problem is that these particles are incredibly tiny. In fact, for the largest type, we're talking just 10 micrometers in diameter. That, for reference, is about the thickness of a spider web. These particles can penetrate the deepest parts of your lungs and settle in your bronchi. Particles smaller than 10 micrometers can make it even further, passing through the gas exchange and entering the bloodstream. The very smallest bits of particulate matter are called nanoparticles, and they are so small that they can even pass through cell membranes, allowing them to easily migrate into various organs throughout their journey in your circulatory system, meaning they can end up in your kidneys, your heart, even your brain. What's shocking is that these nanoparticles, generally referred to as PM2.5, are very common, as one type of them is a common byproduct of combustion in diesel engines that is released from a car's exhaust onto busy streets. Not only are these nanoparticles harmful on their own, but they can also carry various other harmful substances that have latched onto them and making them even more dangerous. Airborne particulates are classified as a Group 1 carcinogen by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, putting it in the same category of likely cancer-causing substances as asbestos and plutonium.
A 2013 study found that of the 312,000 subjects examined from 9 European countries, every single one had been breathing higher than the recommended quantities of particulate matter, and that for every increase of 10 micrograms per cubic meter in a given area, the corresponding lung cancer rate increased by 22%. Another critical pollutant commonly found in smog is lead. Now, we've known for decades that lead is highly toxic to humans, which is why it was removed from paint and gasoline in the 20th century. However, it is still produced and released into the air during metal processing. Also, while lead was definitely taken out of the gas that cars use, it was not removed from aviation fuel for small piston aircraft, of which there are more than 200,000 in the US alone. This is why people that live in close proximity to small airports have, on average, 21% higher blood lead levels than people who don't. Children are at the highest risk of complications due to lead ingestion, which can include developmental and cognitive issues. In fact, a 2022 study found that because many American adults were exposed to higher levels of lead in their childhood, a collective 824 million IQ points were lost from the country solely due to this one element. But vague health hazards and supposed slight IQ drops aside, here is the sobering reality. As a direct result of the increased risk associated with air pollution, an estimated 8.3 million people died prematurely in 2023 around the world, with the majority of those coming from pollution-related lung cancer, heart disease, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. This is an increase of almost 1 million in the last few years, and it also means that poor air quality is a higher indicator for death than obesity, and is only beaten as a risk factor by smoking and high blood pressure. About 5 million of these deaths are the result of outdoor pollution, while the rest are from indoor pollution, with the most affected regions in the world again being Africa and South Asia. Many nations in Africa suffer heavily from indoor pollution as a result of using unsafe fuels in their stoves. Commonly used fuels include wood, kerosene, and animal waste, which without proper ventilation quickly fill the air near the stove with harmful particles. The demographic most at risk of complications from indoor pollution in Africa are women, as they spend, on average, much more time than men standing close to their stoves. In South Asia, the biggest problem is outdoor pollution, coming from a variety of sources. Big cities in India and Pakistan, for example, have some of the worst air quality in the world, with the culprits largely being unregulated industrial emissions, vehicle exhaust, and large-scale waste burning. Another major contributor is construction dust, which in some Indian cities is estimated to account for half of the pollution. This region, in general, struggles with some of the worst air quality on Earth. The first and second most polluted cities in the entire world are both in Pakistan, Lahore and Karachi, which are the only two cities on Earth to be ranked as very unhealthy on the US Air Quality Index, which ranks cities in 6 categories from healthy to hazardous. These two cities are the only ones in the very unhealthy category, that's number 5, but there are about 20 more cities around the world in category 4. Hotspots for intense hazardous air quality include industrial cities in Poland, Dubai, New Delhi, Mexico, and basically every other major city in China, with the worst being Beijing. It really cannot be overstated just how many people are potentially being put at risk on a daily basis just from breathing outside. If you're one of the 16 million people that live in Chengdu, China, for example, you're being exposed to particulate matter more than 15 times the safe limit, while in Krakow, Poland, it's even higher at 21 times the WHO guidelines. And Karachi, Pakistan ranks in with a staggering PM 2.5 content 37 times higher than the limit, putting everyone at an incredibly high risk of health issues. Now, as we said earlier, one of the main issues with air pollution is that it doesn't stay with its source, it spreads, and it spreads far. David Edwards, director at the National Center for Atmospheric Research Earth System Laboratory, even noted that, quote, pollution emitted from one source region can find its way around the globe more than once. He says that because of this, there's basically nowhere left on the planet that's completely free from the pollutants that we're pumping into the atmosphere. Even Antarctica is being affected, with more and more concentrations of black carbon or soot being identified in its snow and ice. And so, with pollutants essentially covering the globe, there are bound to be consequences for the planet. Not only do humans suffer harm, but so do plants, as pollutants that come down and mess with the soil content affect how well plants can function. This is especially true of heavy metals, which affect the efficiency of root systems. Others, like O3, damage the metabolic function of leaves, inhibiting photosynthesis and making the plant less likely to survive. One of the most damaging for plants, though, is acid rain, which occurs when sulfur dioxide rises into the atmosphere, interacts with water, and comes back down in the form of water with a pH level lower than normal. Despite the scary name, acid rain isn't strong enough to melt skin or cause any instant damage like you might think, but prolonged exposure causes major problems, especially for soil quality. For the most shocking example of how devastating acid rain can be, look no further than Norilsk in Russia, a city that began growing after World War II when huge deposits of nickel, copper, and coal were discovered in the area. The pollution here is so extreme that residents report that on bad days you can taste metal in the air. And even if you close all your windows, the scent still drifts into your house. The air here is 25 times more polluted than the air in Moscow, and its main pollutant is sulfur dioxide, created as a result of all the smelting in the city, nearly all of which is under the control of a single company known as Norilsk Nickel. Researchers have found that no other enterprise in the whole world creates as much sulfur dioxide pollution as this company, with the only rivaling source being large volcanic eruptions. This sulfur dioxide and ensuing acid rain has all but annihilated the ecosystem that once surrounded the city. Instead of the lush, dense forests that once filled the landscape, residents of Norilsk are now encircled by a dead zone so large that it is visible from space, a radius of 30 miles where nothing can grow, accompanied by 5.9 million acres of dead and dying forest downwind from the factories, a barren, inhospitable scar on the face of the earth larger than the entire country of Slovenia. And this only scratches the surface of the environmental horrors that have taken place in the city, which also include numerous diesel fuel spills and the river literally turning red, and a whole lot more. It's no wonder that life expectancy here is 10 years less than the average Russian, despite reportedly having access to higher quality healthcare. Another place on Earth with shocking environmental damage from air pollution is the Indian Ocean, where a recurring monster known as the Asian brown cloud appears between October and February of each year. This huge cloud forms during the winter months, when there's far less rain to clear out the air, and so the pollution ends up hanging over the region for months like a big atmospheric stain. Throughout these months, it weakens Indian rainfall and contributes to droughts in northern China. It also increases rainfall in northern Australia and accelerates the melting of glaciers in the Hindu Kush and Himalayas. The amount of O3 present in the cloud affects food production, lowering crop yields, and according to recent research, the cloud's disruption of wind currents may be intensifying cyclones in the Arabian Sea. The longer it goes on, the more natural weather patterns it will continue to disrupt, putting well over 1 billion people at risk underneath it. What's often overlooked about air pollution is the fact that it also affects water sources, even remote ones. A 2014 study found that fish in Olympic National Park in the US state of Washington had some of the highest mercury levels in the country, despite living in a fairly pristine nature reserve filled with mountains, trees, and absolutely no factories. The mercury content was so high that many of the fish were deemed outright unsafe for human consumption and are affecting the reproductive potential of birds that eat them. As for how mercury got to such a remote place, well, it traveled through the air. Mercury content in the atmosphere has tripled over the last 100 years, with the biggest source being coal-fired power plants. And finally, a concerning consequence of air pollution is its impact on global warming. That black carbon in Antarctica that we mentioned earlier, it mixes with snow, and it traps heat from the sun, accelerating the melting of the polar ice caps. It's such an effective heat trapper that while it's in the air, that it's estimated to be 1,000 times more effective than the most common greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide. The damage air quality is doing to the ice caps is most visible during the Arctic haze, which is when a haze with a reddish hue lingers for over a month near the North Pole. It can be so thick that it severely reduces the visibility for pilots, and the heat trapping it causes leads scientists to believe that the Arctic summer sea ice may be completely eliminated by 2040. And all this despite being incredibly far away from the actual sources of the pollution. Now, knowing that air pollution kills millions of people every year, harms crops and plant life, and is contributing to climate change, obviously it's a problem that everybody wants to address, but finding a solution is far easier said than done. For starters, curbing the source of air pollution is not a priority for many people who rely on such processes to make a living and don't have an immediate alternative. A great example of this is the handling of electronic waste. Nearly 70% of the world's e-waste ends up in China, and as much as 80% of this is processed in unregulated, unsupervised conditions. Guiyu, the city with the most e-waste handling on Earth, relies on the imports of electronic trash for their economy as they strip down old monitors, phones, and computers for valuable metals that they can then sell. Anything that can't be sold is then incinerated, filling the city with the scent of burning plastic. People living in Guiyu have the highest blood lead levels in the world as a result. It's easy for Western nations to criticize places like Guiyu for handling waste like that, but the waste wouldn't be there in the first place if countries like the US and Europe didn't keep shipping it to them year after year instead of taking care of the waste themselves. It's essentially outsourced pollution. Another big roadblock is the use of combustion engines. There are an estimated 1.5 billion cars on Earth today, a major polluter, especially in big cities. While in an ideal world we'd phase these out for less polluting options, they are far too central in the lives of millions to just disappear or be replaced overnight. It's a process that's going to take decades or more to tackle, which means decades of continued exposure to harmful pollutants. And even if we were to fix all of these issues, we still face the fact that many of the pollutants in the air are there as a result of industrial processes that keep society functioning, like metal smelting. If we wanted to eliminate these entirely, we'd have to find new cost-effective ways of filtering the contaminants out of the air, which is not something that's going to happen overnight. Even if we do develop new methods, it will take years to implement them globally, as it's of a low priority to many people, such as cobalt manufacturers in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, who don't have the spare time and resources to bother installing new technology while they're barely scraping by as it is. Overall, it doesn't seem likely that this problem will be addressed in the near future, which leaves millions continuing to die at the hands of hazardous smoke and billions more at health risks from particulate matter, and every single one of us is inhaling microscopic consequences of what we've pushed into the air all around us. It will be the moment when 200 years of defense policy are ripped up. A shift in Northern Europe so seismic it will almost have to be measured on the Richter scale. Since the end of the Napoleonic era, Sweden has maintained a policy of strict neutrality. In both World War I and World War II, Stockholm managed to keep itself apart from the bloodshed. Throughout the Cold War, the Swedes likewise remained independent of the Great Two Blocs, wearing their non-aligned status as a badge of honor. Last year, though, that neutral stance finally evaporated. Following Vladimir Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, Sweden's government applied alongside Finland to join NATO. At the time of recording, that application is still being held up by Hungary and Turkey, but most analysts believe Stockholm will eventually become NATO's 32nd member. And that raises a vital question. What will Sweden bring to the alliance? On paper, a country of 10.4 million peaceniks might not sound like a great addition. Yet while Sweden's standing army might be small, the military punches way above its weight. In domains as disparate as cyber, air, and naval capacity, Stockholm commands serious forces. Forces we're going to analyse in today's video. For anyone following European news, May the 18th, 2022 was a day that offered a lot of action. In Ukraine, hundreds of defenders of the Azovstal plant surrendered, bringing a close to one of the war's earliest major battles. Up in Kiev, the first Russian soldier to be tried for war crimes appeared before a local court. But it arguably wasn't on the battlefields of Ukraine that the biggest story was unfolding, but nearly 2,000 kilometers away in a wood-paneled room in Brussels. There, the ambassadors from Finland and Sweden jointly handed application letters to NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. In doing so, they transformed the security architecture of Europe for decades to come. Prior to this moment, the two Nordic nations had been famous for their non-alignment. On our earlier video on Finland and NATO, we described how Helsinki had maintained neutrality for nearly 75 years. But what was a massive psychological shift for the Finns was on a whole other level for the Swedes. While Finland had been steadfastly neutral for over 7 decades, Sweden had clung to its non-aligned status for over 2 centuries. Beginning in the last years of the Napoleonic Wars, when Stockholm was forced to cede Finland to Russia after the Finnish War, that neutrality had survived some of the greatest conflagrations to sweep Europe. Even the continent-wide murder-suicide pact that was World War II managed to leave the Swedes relatively unscathed, and the Cold War was nothing if not a demonstration of how a non-aligned Sweden could happily prosper. The key question is, what changed? What about the present moment is so volatile that Stockholm feels more vulnerable than it ever did during the era of Blitzkrieg? And on the face of it, well, the answer seems pretty simple. Vladimir Putin's genocidal war in Ukraine has overturned decades of defense planning in Europe, sending non-NATO countries racing for the shelter of the nuclear umbrella. But that's only the surface-level answer, the catalyst for this shift rather than the underlying cause. Unlike Finland, Sweden shares no land border with Russia. It has no significant Russian-speaking population that Vladimir Putin might want to protect. More to the point, Stockholm went the entire Cold War without feeling the need for a nuclear umbrella, comfortable in its ability to defend itself. And it's here that we get to the deeper level answer for Sweden wanting to abandon its neutrality: the steady erosion of the nation's defense capacity. The key to Sweden's non-aligned status was a policy variously known as deterrence through strength or heavily armed neutrality. Similar to what Taiwan's military planners now call the porcupine strategy, the idea was to make Sweden such a nightmare to conquer that even the Soviet Union would judge the costs to be vastly outweighing the benefits. Like Finland, that meant maintaining a conscription model that provided a highly trained reserve force that could be activated at a moment's notice. In Sweden's case, that force totaled 850,000 men. Like Finland, it also meant investing in weaponry far beyond what a nation of its size might normally wield. Unlike with Finland, though, Sweden's heavily armed neutrality didn't survive the biggest geopolitical shift of the last 35 years, the end of the Cold War. While Helsinki continued to maintain a vast reserve army, Stockholm allowed it to wither in the soft glow of peace. The defense budget was slashed, the funds redirected. The Navy and Air Force shrank by around 70%, the Army by a staggering 90%. In no time at all, that 850,000 strong reserve force had dropped to a mere 10,000. By the mid-2010s, the military had seen such deep cuts that garrisons were being shuttered, even in regions vital to the nation's defense, like the island of Gotland. Conscription had been scrapped, military spending dropped to barely a single percentage point of GDP. All of this on the back of the idea that peace in Europe was here to stay. And of course, we all know what happened next. On February the 24th, 2022, Vladimir Putin unleashed his assault on Ukraine. As missiles pounded Kiev, it was like the lights had finally flicked back on at Europe's post-Cold War party. And Sweden was among those nations sheepishly caught with its trousers down. As director of studies at the Swedish Defense Research Agency, Robert Dalsio bluntly told the New York Times, "We had our dream, and now it's time to wake up." Given all that, you might now be under the impression that Stockholm is going to be a drag on the alliance, that the Swedes are running for NATO protection because their modern military consists of two guys called Bjorn driving an armoured Volvo. But that impression couldn't be more wrong, because while Stockholm doubtless regrets its deep military cuts, that doesn't mean the Swedes have nothing to offer. What the Nordic Kingdom lacks in manpower, it more than makes up for with cutting-edge technology. Back when we did our Finland video, one of the very few problems we highlighted was Helsinki's lack of a solid defense industrial base. In a war of attrition, Finland would become quickly dependent on other NATO allies for resupply. In Sweden, the situation is more or less reversed. While its tiny standing army and reserve forces wouldn't even be a rounding error compared to what Helsinki can field, Stockholm has the capacity to produce both small arms and high-tech defensive kit. So much so that Sweden is both one of the world's leading arms exporters and one of the largest arms manufacturers per capita. But this kit isn't just built for foreign markets. In pretty much all domains, Stockholm is able to combine internationally purchased kit with homegrown weapons platforms to compete with the best. Let's start with the Swedish Navy. While relatively small compared to other coastal nations, Sweden fields a navy with an excellent reputation for stealth. Central to this is the domestically produced Gotland class of submarines, of which 5 are currently known to be in operation. A diesel-electric sub, the Gotland has been called, quote, one of the most advanced submarines in the world. It's also one of the few non-nuclear submarines capable of staying underwater for weeks at a time rather than days. Its biggest claim to fame comes from war games conducted with the USA in 2005. In a mock-up battle, one Gotland sub managed to score direct hits on the $6 billion aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan without ever being detected. This, despite the Americans fielding anti-submarine escorts and an entire carrier task force. The anecdote nicely demonstrates the stealth capacity of the Swedish Navy, a capacity that carries over into the Visby-class corvettes. Essentially, Sweden's warships, the 5 Visbys, are designed to remain hidden to enemy radar, undetectable at range, even as they pack some serious firepower, like the naval gun Bofors 57mm Mark III. These are locally designed and built machines armed mostly with weapons built by Swedish firms, principally Saab Bofors Dynamics. And yeah, that's the same Saab that used to be best known for building cars. Today they're apparently more focused on supplying NATO armies than ensuring a comfortable drive to IKEA. Still, this defense industrial base doesn't mean the Swedes don't also buy from partner countries. The army's main battle tank, for example, comes from Germany. Stockholm has something in the region of 120 Leopard 2A tanks. Air defense likewise relies on foreign tech. In 2021, Sweden became the first non-NATO nation to receive Patriot systems from the US. Yet, even in the domains where they're happy to rely on outside systems, the Swedes still produce their own powerful machines. Those 120 Leopard 2As, they're backed by something in the region of 500 CV-90 infantry fighting vehicles, among the best in their class in the entire world. It's stuff like this that demonstrates why Sweden's tiny army is not to be taken lightly. In the event of a shooting war between NATO and Russia, Stockholm's homegrown equipment, designed with the frigid climate of North Europe in mind, would be instrumental in securing the alliance's northern flank. This includes in the cyber domain. Unlike most Western countries, Sweden has been actively pursuing offensive cyber capabilities for years. As the Atlantic Council wrote in 2022, if recent exercises are any indicator, Swedish cyber capabilities are already among the most advanced in Europe. Really though, it's not for Sweden's cyber efforts that NATO is desperate to get Stockholm in the door, nor is it for what the Army or Navy feels, impressive as their kit is. No, there is one single domain where the Swedes really shine. One area where their expertise and equipment could make a crucial difference in any Europe-wide conflagration. We're talking, of course, about the Swedish Air Force. Anyone watching CNN last May might have been surprised when a segment aired calling Sweden one of the world's top-ranked air forces. After all, this is a country with only 10.4 million citizens, a nation with a GDP on par with Ireland. This is on a continent that boasts the British RAF, the French Air Force, and Italy's sizable Aeronautica Militaire. So the idea that tiny Sweden can compete in the air should be laughable. It should be, but it isn't, because CNN wasn't just indulging in cable news hyperbole. Stockholm really does possess an air force that could put many of its peers to shame. The main reason for this is the nation's homemade fighter jet, the Gripen JAS-39. Designed when the Cold War was still ongoing, Gripens had to work to a very specific set of requirements. They had to be cheap, since Sweden couldn't pour the sort of resources into its combat craft that America or NATO could. They had to be easy to operate and reliable, less flashy than stuff like the F-16, but also requiring less maintenance. Finally, they had to be capable of short takeoffs and landings, since Swedish defense plans called for following dispersed operations doctrine in the event of war. In practical terms, that meant pilots had to be able to fly sorties from remote roads in the Swedish wilderness where an invading force would be hard-pressed to find and destroy them. The result was a machine that Aviacy Online describes as a small but competent fighter, a robust, cost-effective weapons platform capable of doing serious damage. Those capabilities have only improved since the Cold War ended. Today, one-seat Gripen C varieties are equipped with MBDA Meteor long-range air-to-air missiles and a cutting-edge active electronically scanned array system. The most modern E-variety Gripens are even capable of supercruise flight, placing them in a rare group alongside craft like the F-22 Raptor, the Eurofighter Typhoon, or France's Dassault Rafale. In short, these are craft that compete at an international level, so much so that heavy-hitter nations like Brazil rely on them to protect air power. Currently, Sweden has nearly 100 of them, 75 C variants, 22-seater D variants, and just 2 of the ultra-modern E variants, though some 58 more E-craft are scheduled to be delivered in the near future. All C and D aircraft are also planned to undergo upgrades that will keep them working and relevant through to 2035, when the whole fleet will be replaced with newer models. So, yeah, there's good reason people seriously into combat aircraft have a secret soft spot for Sweden's Air Force. But combat crafts aren't the only things a modern air power needs. They're also the less sexy, but still vital functions like airborne early warning and control craft and intelligence gathering vessels. And, well, Sweden shines here too. As Defense News recently reported, Stockholm is set to buy 2 of Saab's new GlobalEye AW&C craft. According to the manufacturer, GlobalEye, quote, combine air, maritime and ground surveillance on a single platform, all in real time. To that, you can also add 2 Gulfstream 4 aircraft modified for intelligence gathering. Now, we don't want to turn this entire chapter into a geeky loving for Sweden's Air Force, or for you to leave with the impression that Stockholm could project air power on a similar level to a nation like the USA. It's absolutely not the case. Even Sweden's own generals wouldn't try to claim that. Their air force, for example, has a clear and noticeable weakness where large transport craft are concerned, fielding only 5 C-130H Hercules. It's hardly anything for NATO to get excited about. But what we're trying to do is paint a clear picture of a nation that consistently punches several classes above its weight in the air domain. A country that won't be a drag on NATO, but a worthy addition to its northern flank. Not that the alliance would be in much of a position to reject Sweden, even if its military offered nothing more than flat pack furniture and ABBA tribute bands. And that's because Sweden, the nation, represents something NATO can't afford to ignore. Something that has nothing to do with technology or defense industrial bases. And that's a way to project NATO power in 2 vital bodies of water. One of Vladimir Putin's stated reasons for unleashing his war in Ukraine was to halt the further expansion of NATO. As many have noted, his actions ironically had the exact opposite effect. When Finland joined the alliance on April 4th, 2023, it more than doubled the land border that Russia shares with NATO. But even that strategic blunder may pale compared to Sweden joining. Or if or when Stockholm is finally admitted to the alliance, it will transform the Baltic Sea from a region bordered by members and non-members alike into little more than a NATO lake. If you look at a map of the alliance from before the Ukraine war, you'll see an obvious weak point: the mere 65-kilometer strip of land connecting the Baltic states with the rest of the alliance. As we covered in our earlier video, Finland's accession eliminated that problem, creating a straightforward way to resupply Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania via sea. Sweden's accession, though, will go one step further. Rather than eliminate the problem, it'll flip it around, creating a world in which the Baltic Sea suddenly becomes Moscow's obvious weak point. If you look at that map again, with Sweden and Finland both in NATO, we can see that Russia only has a couple of tiny strips from which it can access the Baltic Sea. 2 strategic choke points that the alliance could potentially blockade. The first is in the Gulf of Finland, the strip of water separating Finland and Estonia. A blockade here would not only cut off St. Petersburg from the sea, it would also trap the Russian Baltic fleet in port at Kronstadt. The second is the water around Kaliningrad, a Russian exclave bordering Poland and Lithuania. Just 200 kilometers from Sweden, it houses one of Russia's only ice-free ports, as well as a serious military base. But given any ships trying to exit will have to pass through both Denmark and Sweden, its use would evaporate in wartime, especially when you take into account Sweden's nearby island of Gotland. A strip of land a hair under 3,000 square kilometers, Gotland has been called an unsinkable aircraft carrier, a place from where a military could dominate maritime and air traffic over the Baltic Sea. As such, it's long been a premier Russian target. Back in the Cold War, Swedish spies uncovered Soviet plans to occupy the island in the event of war, Sweden's neutrality be damned. Closer to our time, Gotland was the subject of a jingoistic Russian documentary broadcast on the eve of the Ukraine war, one which described how Moscow could capture it alongside Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. For this reason, Stockholm long kept a mighty military presence there. During the Cold War, 25,000 troops guarded the place, with another 25,000 in reserve. Harbors were filled with mines, 25 fixed artillery pieces, and 36 tanks were ready and waiting for a potential battle. But the peacetime cuts destroyed all of that. Today, Gotland is protected by only 300 to 400 soldiers. The coastal defenses have been dismantled. The submarine base, incredibly, was almost sold to a Russian businessman. Although Sweden is rapidly trying to remilitarize the island, it's currently a weak link, a place Russia's forces at Kaliningrad would almost certainly try to seize in the opening hours of a full-blown conflict. If Sweden joins NATO, though, Gotland could go from being a potential problem to a potential lifesaver, a place the alliance's forces could fortify and use to dominate the entire Baltic Sea. With fellow NATO member Turkey also capable of closing the Bosphorus and Dardanelles Straits, Russia could quickly find most of its European ports cut off from the wider world. Most, but not all of them. Up in the far north, ports like Murmansk would still have access to the Atlantic via the Arctic Ocean. And that brings us neatly to another reason why NATO wants Sweden on side. Admit the Swedes to the club, and every Arctic nation not called Russia will be an alliance member. There are 8 Arctic nations in the world: Canada, the USA, Denmark via Greenland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. Of these, Russia controls the majority of the Arctic coastline, slightly over 50%. It has also invested heavily in military infrastructure in the region. As the planet warms and Arctic ice begins to recede, the region is only going to become more important to shipping. At the same time, energy and mineral resources are going to become available to exploit. That means the chance of confrontation in these waters will increase. As the Council on Foreign Relations has put it, having 7 of 8 border nations in NATO, quote, allows the alliance to pursue a more coherent strategy in the region. This is potentially vital for both European and American interests, not just because of Russia, but because of another nation that's expanding operations there. China has plans to create a so-called Polar Silk Road using the Northern Sea Route, massively increasing Beijing's influence and power in what's becoming a highly contested region. For US lawmakers looking to try and contain China, a NATO-dominated Arctic is one of the few ways of countering the CCP's northern plans. At this stage, though, we're still just looking at ways Swedish membership could potentially benefit NATO, and interesting as this is, there's a whole other aspect we really do need to consider. And that's just how compatible are Stockholm and NATO going to be. Although they cooperated closely as non-aligned countries, the ambivalence felt towards NATO in Stockholm and Helsinki was not identical. The Finns had living memories of Russian aggression in the form of the Winter War fought between their nation and the Soviet Union in World War II. So when Putin's Russia finally showed its true colours, Finland was almost immediately ready to throw its lot in with NATO. By March 2022, polling showed that over 60% of Finns wanted to be part of the alliance, a number that eventually rose to over 80%. In Sweden, though, things weren't quite so clear-cut. With no Russian land border and no personal memories of Russian aggression, Stockholm was ambivalent about ending its neutrality. As late as mid-March, Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson was saying she saw no need to apply to NATO. The public, too, were unsure. Even in April 2022, polls were showing fewer than half of all Swedes supported entering the alliance. To put that in perspective, this was after the discovery of Russian war crimes at Bucha, when the world already knew of the arbitrary torture, sexual assault, and murder Moscow's forces had visited upon civilians. For some, this reluctance to follow the Finns was ascribed to Swedish psychology, the idea that Swedes see themselves as natural peacemakers and a force for dialogue on the world stage. But this assessment skipped over one key point in the Sweden-NATO debate. The Swedish military had already been cooperating with the alliance for decades. The partnership between the two forces began almost immediately after the end of the Cold War, with the first steps being taken in 1992. By 1994, Sweden was an official member of the NATO Partnership for Peace program. Not long after, the two began conducting joint military exercises. In many ways, this step was practical. In 1995, both Sweden and Finland joined the EU, a move that included signing a mutual defence clause. With many EU members already in NATO, working with the alliance would clearly be necessary in any continent-wide war. Yet Sweden's cooperation with NATO would go deeper than what was strictly necessary. As we mentioned earlier, Stockholm received equipment from the alliance, becoming the first non-member to host a Patriot system. Not only that, but it also joined NATO on active missions. The NATO force in Kosovo, KFOR, has included Swedish troops, as have NATO forces in Afghanistan and Iraq. During the 2011 intervention in Libya, Sweden's Air Force was involved in enforcing the no-fly zone. According to the Dutch magazine Militaire Spectator, during the mission, quote, Swedish aircraft seamlessly integrated with NATO air forces. In other words, Sweden isn't some outside force coming into NATO, not knowing the difference between Article 5 and a piece of pickled herring. It's rather a nation that has spent decades now hovering on the threshold of membership without ever quite stepping through the door. That doesn't mean there won't be issues when or if Stockholm is allowed in the club. Just to take one example, NATO countries commit to spending a minimum of 2% of GDP on defence. While only 7 of the 31 members actually hit that target, most are at least spending over 1.5%. Sweden, on the other hand, spent a mere 1.2% in 2022. Within the alliance, that would make it one of the lowest spending members, ahead of only Luxembourg, Spain, and Belgium. And while there are plans to boost spending by billions of dollars, it will take at minimum until 2028 for Sweden to come close to the 2% target. Despite all of this, though, it seems today that Sweden may finally be ready to step over that membership threshold to become NATO's 32nd member. Back in May of 2022, polling reported a majority of Swedes wanted to join the alliance for the first time in history. Since then, that number has only grown, not to the sky-high levels that have been seen in Finland, but to a solid 60%, which is a solid majority by any stretch. The new government under Ulf Kristersson has followed this shift. On March the 23rd, 2023, the Riksdagen voted to join NATO. 296 lawmakers were in favour, only 37 were against. But this doesn't mean it's a done deal. At the time of recording, alliance members Turkey and Hungary are both withholding approval of Sweden's accession, a major deal since joining NATO requires unanimity. It could even be that this approval never comes, and Stockholm is left eternally out in the cold. No longer neutral by choice, but forced by politics in Ankara and Budapest to remain non-aligned. But this seems unlikely. Right now, the smart money is on Turkey and Hungary eventually dropping their objections. When they do, NATO will at last admit its 32nd member, a member that has a lot to give. Now, as we've hopefully shown in today's video, Sweden's membership isn't a magic bullet for the alliance, nor is it the equivalent to inviting in a major power on the scale of the US or even France. What it is, though, is a win for NATO on multiple fronts, a much-needed boost from a military that may be small, but plays to its strengths with deadly precision. A military that can help ensure safety and security in Europe for generations to come. Today's video is brought to you by Enlisted. More about them in a bit. It was the exact outcome Vladimir Putin had been hoping to prevent. When the Russian autocrat announced his full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, one of his stated goals was to halt the eastward expansion of NATO, to ensure that no other European country would ever again seek shelter beneath the alliance's nuclear umbrella. Instead, his unprovoked war achieved the exact opposite. On the 4th of April 2023, NATO officially welcomed Finland as its 31st member. With the handing over of documents and raising of the Finnish flag, the Kremlin suddenly found itself with an extra 1,300 kilometers of NATO territory on its border, the alliance's largest physical expansion since 2004. In the couple of weeks since, endless articles have been written about Putin's grand strategic failure. Yet it's not just thanks to geography that Finland's accession has been such a failure for Moscow. It's also thanks to Helsinki's fielding one of the best militaries in Europe. Despite having a population of just 5.54 million, Finland's army is high-tech, experienced, and capable of quickly calling up over 250,000 troops. In today's video, we're analysing the strength of NATO's newest army and discussing exactly what Finnish accession means for the alliance and for Russia. On the eve of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a small number of polling companies turned their attention to Moscow's northwest neighbour to see what the Finns thought of NATO membership. By then, Finland had been a member of NATO's Partnership for Peace initiative for 28 years. For 27 of those years, Helsinki had also been a part of the alliance's planning and review process. In fact, NATO and Finland worked so closely together that the Nordic country was often described as being, quote, as close to NATO as a country can be without being an actual member. Yes, in those weeks before Putin unleashed his genocidal war, it seemed that actually joining the alliance was a step Helsinki would never take. Polls showed NATO accession to be deeply unpopular, supported by barely a third of the population. In many ways, this wasn't a surprise. Decades of polling had never shown a majority in favour. At that point, it looked like Finland would continue charting its neutral course for decades to come. And then, on the 24th of February 2022, everything changed. Images of missiles raining down on Kiev didn't just transform politics in Ukraine and the NATO alliance. In Helsinki, too, the unprovoked Russian assault turned everything on its head. When polling companies checked back in March, they found support for Finland joining NATO had leapt to 60%. By May, more than 3/4 of the population were clamouring for shelter beneath the nuclear umbrella. When Finland's parliament voted on accession, only 8 out of 200 members rejected the bill. Fast forward to today, and all major parties support Helsinki's new place in the alliance, along with over 80% of voters. All of which begs the question, what happens? How did Putin's failed war of aggression so completely galvanize public opinion? And the answer lies in Finland's tortured history. For nearly 110 years, starting in 1809, Finland suffered the same fate that befell so many regions in the 19th century. It was colonized, in this case by the Russian Empire. While other parts of the empire would experience strict Russification, though, the Grand Duchy of Finland was always allowed a degree of autonomy. It maintained its own senate, for example. Still, that doesn't mean things were rosy. When the Russian Empire collapsed in 1917, the Finns were among those nationalities that headed for the exit. All of which sets up nicely for modern Finland's foundational story, the Winter War. Now, we already did a full-length video on the Winter War about a year ago, so we're not going to go into too many details here. The basic version is that in 1939, the USSR invaded Finland, hoping to crush that whole independence thing, only for Finland to turn what should have been a Soviet cakewalk into a catastrophe. Although Helsinki was ultimately defeated, the Finns inflicted so many casualties that Stalin was forced to settle for taking a slice of territory and letting Finland remain independent. When the two sides fought another war later in World War II, the outcome was mostly the same. In this way, Finland managed to guarantee it wouldn't become another Soviet colony. Sadly, it also wouldn't manage to be truly independent. The Cold War term for what happens next was Finlandization. Based on a 1948 treaty with the USSR, it forced Finland to swear strict neutrality, rejecting ever joining NATO and allowing the Soviets final say in much of the nation's foreign policy. In other words, it was a halfway house between freedom and colonization. Not quite a return to the Grand Duchy of Finland days, but hardly independence as most of us would understand it. And that's how things more or less remained until the collapse of the USSR. For the Finnish government, the post-Cold War era was the first time since World War II that they'd tasted full sovereignty, almost as if to celebrate they joined the EU in 1995. Despite this general westward shift, though, they never joined NATO. Partly this was to avoid angering Russia. Partly it was because Helsinki felt it didn't need the added protection. Strong defense cooperation with its neighbor Sweden meant Finland could field one of the most high-tech militaries on the continent. And besides, this was the post-Cold War era. The idea of a large European state attacking a smaller neighbor was a thing of the past. Right? Sadly, now we know that wasn't the case. The invasion of Ukraine made it clear to Finns that another winter war was a realistic possibility. And this time, Helsinki didn't want to be holding off the Russian bear alone. So, you ready to take command of a squad of soldiers and fight in massive battles with hundreds of targets? Then look no further than Enlisted, the new first-person shooter game from Darkflow Software. Enlisted offers a unique gaming experience by combining PvP with PvE combat. You can play through multiple campaigns, each featuring their own unique weapons, vehicles, and equipment. From the outskirts of Moscow in 1941 to the heart of Berlin in 1945, the campaigns are so varied that they kind of feel like individual games. Look, Enlisted is approachable for all audiences with realistic movement and a target-rich environment. And also, casual players can still have an important role on the battlefield. I am a very casual player, and it's nice to be included. And with over 100 weapons, tanks, and aircraft, there is a massive arsenal of equipment to unlock. So, you can customize and upgrade your individual soldier class from riflemen with bolt-action rifles to engineers building anti-tank fortifications. The graphics and detail in Enlisted are incredible. The authentic sounds add a huge amount of realistic weapons, vehicles, environments. Personally, I've been enjoying the Normandy campaign, the landing at Omaha Beach. Pretty intense, pretty immersive experience, and the interactions between aircraft, tanks, and soldiers were all rather exciting. So what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description below, or go to playen.link/warographics to play Enlisted now on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, or the previous generation of console, and you'll receive a free bonus pack with multiple weapons, soldiers, and a premium account. Join the battle today with Enlisted, and now back to today's video. Although Finland may have joined NATO in the hopes of deterring Russian aggression, the alliance didn't open the door out of the goodness of Jens Stoltenberg's heart. Those at NATO headquarters in Brussels knew they'd be getting something special out of the deal, a highly competent military with eye-watering manpower reserves. On paper, Finland's defense forces seem small, a mere fraction of what other militaries are capable of fielding. Around 19,000 troops are serving at any given time, with an extra 3,000 or so in the border guard. Given that both Ukraine and Russia currently have 1 million men under arms, this is a seriously tiny amount, barely a rounding error compared to Kiev's or Moscow's forces. But these are just Finland's active duty personnel. Were a war to break out, Helsinki can scale up. It can scale up fast. At the end of the Cold War, most European armies that still used conscription abolished that model, switching instead to smaller armies made up of professional soldiers. But not Finland. Even as the Swedes were like, yay, the Cold War's over, let's give young people freedom to drive their Volvos, the Finns, well, they kept conscription going. Every year, the military trains 22,000 conscripts. Constitutionally, every Finnish man between ages 18 and 60 must serve, while Finnish women can do so on a voluntary basis. That means Helsinki has a huge pool of potential fighters that it can draw on. In event of general mobilization, that small Finnish army would quickly balloon to 280,000, with an additional 900,000 held in reserve. That's a larger army than Germany can field, and Germany has a population of 83 million. Finland's entire population of 5.45 million could fit inside the Berlin metropolitan region. Of course, we're currently witnessing a war in which mobilized reservists have played a huge role, and the results, to put it mildly, have not been encouraging. On April 2nd, 2023, the UK MOD detailed how mobilized Russians are often too drunk to competently fight. The big difference is that Russia's conscription model is inherently corrupt, funneling the poor into a nasty system that brutalizes them while the rich and connected easily opt out. By contrast, the Finnish system is equitable, and it places strict emphasis on lifelong rehearsals to maintain combat readiness. After an initial service of between 6 and 12 months, depending on role, citizens have to return for repeated refresher courses in the following years. This is augmented by those attached to local defense units, who meet much more frequently and train much more regularly. The result is a force that's both capable and trained to a high level of readiness, yet also much larger than that of peer nations. Sweden, for example, has slightly more active personnel than Finland, but a mere 31,000 reservists. This, despite having double the population. Another thing the Finns have going for them is their willingness to fight. One of the main reasons the Russian warship didn't grind its way across the whole of Ukraine last year is that the population more or less unanimously agreed that it could go itself. That sort of determination can work wonders, and it's a determination the Finns also seem to have. Polls before and after Russia's full-scale invasion have shown that the number of Finns willing to fight and die for their country stands at over 3/4, one of the highest ratios in Europe. This may be why some Finns are currently calling for the gender restrictions on conscription to be scrapped. If this is the army Helsinki can field with just men and volunteer women, imagine what it could do if every woman aged 18 to 60 was also included, especially since the military's now getting a cash injection. After years hovering just below the NATO-advised annual defense spending budget level of 2% of GDP, Finland will mark its first year in the alliance by boosting spending to 2.2%. That'll mean new equipment and weapon systems to bring Helsinki up to NATO standards. Not that it'll be a big jump. For such a small nation, Finland is already in possession of some seriously impressive kit. Here's a comparison point for you if you want a quick way to envisage Finland's military capabilities. Imagine someone handed you full control of the armies of Germany, Sweden, Norway, and Poland. Now imagine your first order was for each of these nations to assemble all their artillery in one place. Well, congratulations, according to the Wilson Center, you'd still be looking at a smaller number of artillery than Helsinki alone can field. Overall, the Finnish army is known to have around 100 rocket launch systems, 700 howitzers, and 700 heavy mortars, for a total of 1,500. That's a total that includes the M270 multiple launch rocket systems, which can fire high-precision missiles over long distances in rapid succession, as well as South Korea's legendary K9 armored howitzers. Go looking at other branches of the military too, and you'll find equally impressive missile systems. The Air Force, for example, fields JAS and air-to-surface cruise missiles, while the Navy operates Israel's Gabriel 5 low-altitude anti-ship missiles. Much of this is thanks to a spending spree that defined much of the late 2010s and early 2020s, a spending spree that is still making its full impact felt. So let's look again at the Air Force, currently flying a fleet of FA-18 Hornet jets. Just 2 years ago, in 2021, Helsinki inked a deal to upgrade the lot of them. Over the next 7 years, the fleet will be phased out and replaced with 64 of Lockheed Martin's F-35A Block 4s. That's a cutting-edge fighter jet, and it's not just the Air Force that's operating at such a high level. Back in 2014, the government upgraded its main battle tanks to German Leopard 2A6s, one of the best all-rounder tanks currently available. Overall, the spend has taken Finland's fleet to 312 tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, enough to put Finnish forces on par with major European armies like France. The Navy likewise is undergoing modernization, with 4 Pajama-class multi-role corvettes currently under construction. At the same time, an emphasis is being put on expanding Finland's ability to conduct underwater warfare. This last bit gets at a key reason why NATO wanted Finland on site and why Russia desperately wanted to stop it happening. Or rather, 2 reasons. 2 separate bodies of water that the Finns can operate in better than most other NATO members: the Baltic Sea and the Arctic Ocean. So let's start with the Baltic Sea. If you look on a European NATO map dated before Finland joined, you might notice an obvious weak point. The 3 tiny Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Squashed up against Russia, Belarus, and the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad, the Baltic states are joined to the rest of NATO by only a 65-kilometer strip of Poland's northeast. When the Ukraine war first broke out, there were fears that Putin's next move might be to attack that region, to cut the Baltics off from resupply. With Finland on board, though, it becomes possible for NATO to resupply via water. Tallinn is only 70 kilometers from Helsinki across the waves, a short gap, which could also help the alliance cut off St. Petersburg, denying Russia access to the Baltic Sea. Up in the Arctic Ocean is a different story, but likewise an important one. While Finland doesn't actually have an Arctic coastline, its very north is cut off from the waters by Norway, the nation does happen to be very, very good at designing and building icebreakers. This is important because icebreakers are an area where Russia currently have a massive advantage. Moscow owns around 40 of them, meaning the chilly, ice-filled Arctic Ocean is the Kremlin's domain. Finland adds another 9 to NATO's fleet, but also the know-how and ability to manufacture more. A potentially vital skill as the planet warms and the northern sea route becomes ever more crucial. Rosy as this chapter has been, though, we wouldn't be doing our job if we just told you everything's going to be hunky-dory now that Finland is in the alliance. No, to really do this topic justice, we now need to turn our attention to the possible downsides, from potential deficiencies in the Finnish military to Russian plans to destabilize NATO's newest member. At the end of the second chapter today, we mentioned how Helsinki was boosting its military spend to over 2% of GDP. That's a lot of money, and as we pointed out, it will help with the purchase of even more top-of-the-range kit. However, we should note that Finland's post-Cold War military spending hasn't always been so generous. There have been two significant dips when funding dropped to barely 1% of GDP. First in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and second at the height of the Eurozone crisis. In both cases, spend subsequently recovered, but those cuts left deep scars that, especially in the latter case, have yet to fully heal. From 2012 to 2015, austerity forced the closure of multiple military bases, closures that now look like potential gaps in a defensive line against Russian attack. In a 2022 article, War on the Rocks highlighted these closures as a significant issue should war break out, alongside Finland's lack of a large defense industrial base. When Finland does produce some world-class military equipment, most of the work is done by small businesses, which is great during peacetime, but a potential issue should conflict break out and the army require replacement kit as fast as possible. Still, these issues are relatively minor, something Finnish generals should probably bear in mind, but it's unlikely to seriously undermine Helsinki's defensive capacity. A far greater danger likely comes from across the eastern border. With Finland now in NATO, all of Vladimir Putin's most paranoid nightmares have suddenly come true, and that makes Russia a more acute threat than ever. To understand exactly how Putin sees the idea of Finland in NATO, we only need to look at a story told by President Sauli Niinisto. In a meeting with the Russian autocrat in 2016, he said Putin warned him, when we look across the border now, we see a Finn on the other side. If Finland joins NATO, we will see an enemy. The reasons for this aren't just Putin's obsession with stopping NATO expansion, they're also strategic. For one thing, NATO now almost totally surrounds the Baltic Sea, meaning the enclave of Kaliningrad could be cut off. The biggest strategic fear, though, is likely the Kola Peninsula. Directly bordering Finland's east, the peninsula is where Russia stations its northern fleet. With attack submarines and missile-bearing surface vessels, this is the fleet that's intended to destroy American supply ships in the event of a full-blown Russia-NATO conflict. Putin wants the alliance as far away from them as possible. More importantly, though, the Northern Fleet also maintains Russia's nuclear-armed submarines, the exact ones that are responsible for the nation's second strike capabilities. For Putin, having NATO anywhere near this peninsula is about as appetizing as you having your lunch anywhere near a giant messy dog poo. Already, the Kremlin has announced plans to boost troop numbers on the Finnish border and in the nearby Republic of Karelia. But with Moscow unlikely to have spare troops that it can free up from the Ukraine quagmire, Russia may well turn to hybrid warfare techniques to register its displeasure. And it's here that things start getting quite dicey. One fear of the Ukraine war has been Putin's repeated nuclear threats. Should NATO start to station personnel and equipment in Finland, it's possible these threats might get directed at Helsinki. Now, this is unlikely to involve Putin literally saying, "Hey Finland, I'm going to blow you up," but it might involve a more aggressive nuclear posture, including the redeployment of missiles. At the same time, so-called grey zone tactics might become the norm. You know, the type, the stuff Russia used to be good at in the pre-Ukraine war era. The hacking, disinformation campaigns, election meddling, that sort of thing. Finns still have bitter memories of 2015 when Russian authorities suddenly sent 30,000 illegal immigrants across their border, a tactic Belarus would famously recycle in 2021 against Poland. The goal would be to destabilize Finnish society and cause ruptures, all at a minimum cost to Russia. Although how successful this is might be up for grabs. Back in 2015, the world was still unused to Moscow's hybrid warfare. Today, governments are a lot better prepared. In Finland's case, they're also prepared for a full-blown conflict. So it's time to end this video with perhaps the most interesting section of all, the Finnish plans for how to take on Russia in a future land war. Perhaps the strangest feature of the Ukraine war is how unprepared either side was for the conflict. The Ukrainians only started making serious preparations in the last week, so afraid was the government of provoking Putin. The Kremlin, meanwhile, seems to have devised a plan that basically went step 1, attack Ukraine, step 2, I don't know, step 3, profit. Now, given all of that, it's a remarkable testament to Ukrainian will and courage that their army held the invaders off, but Helsinki hasn't placed all of its hopes in a similar coming together of society. Rather, the Finns are gambling on extensive preparations to bring them to victory. Known as comprehensive security, the plan requires the entire nation to effectively be ready for war to erupt at a moment's notice. That means a government body known as the National Emergency Supply Agency constantly maintaining 6-month stockpiles of food and fuel. It means all pharmacies and doctors working under a legal requirement to stockpile up to 10 months worth of medicines. It even means architects and builders getting in on the act. Anyone who wants to construct a building above a certain size must include a bomb shelter. Meanwhile, the owners of underground civilian structures like car parks and swimming pools must have plans to quickly convert them into public shelters and evacuation centers. Remember the early days of the Ukraine war when social media was flooded with images of grandmas making Molotov cocktails and ordinary citizens lining up to get Kalashnikovs? Well, the Finnish method is to basically do with rigorous forward planning what the Ukrainians did semi-spontaneously. And that extends not just to people but also to businesses. If you live in Finland and head a business that in some way supports critical infrastructure, then you will almost certainly be called into regular meetings to go over your plan of action for conflict. Some of this stuff is obvious. Telecoms companies needing to have backup systems to keep civilian lines of communication open. Food distributions making plans to how to keep people fed in wartime conditions. Other aspects, though, go beyond what you might expect. Toilet paper companies, for example, have systems for keeping the nation's bathrooms stocked in case of a blockade. More seriously, media organizations and the church are also required to map out how they will keep people informed of events in a crisis. NGOs must be ready to go at a moment's notice. In many ways, this total defense policy is made possible by conscription, which ensures all members of the elite are on the same page regarding threats. And just in case anyone has forgotten, the government runs national defense courses for politicians, business leaders, and media figures every year. Courses where they wargame how they and their industries would respond if word came that Russian tanks had crossed the border. Combine this with cycles of military training, and it's easy to see how sparsely populated Finland could be a force to be reckoned with. And that's not even including higher-level plans like mining the Baltic Sea or having combat aircraft take off on sorties from remote roads. Some wags on social media would put it, rather than have Finland join NATO, perhaps it would have been better to just have NATO join Finland. Still, we shouldn't get carried away. What Finland brings to the alliance won't be the equivalent to the superpower of the United States or to the nuclear-armed militaries of France and Britain, nor will it bring the sheer amount of investment that Poland recently has. What it will bring, though, is a highly adept, well-armed, and well-trained army that punches way above its weight. An army backed by a society that's more prepared to defend itself than almost any other nation in Europe. Combine all of this, and it's clear that the alliance's 31st member may just turn out to be one of its most valuable. Putin may have started his war hoping to halt NATO expansion. With the accession of Finland, though, the dictator has only ensured he now has a more than capable opponent right on his doorstep. So thanks for tuning in. Again, big thank you to our sponsor, Enlisted. If you're interested, check them out at playen.link/warographics, or there's a link below. And if you register, you'll get that free bonus pack. So again, take advantage of that, link below, and thanks for watching.